Members of council, this meeting is now resumed. Members, please join me in a moment of silence for Andrew Simon. Thank you. Councillor Thompson, I understand you wish to make a brief announcement at this time.
Yes, Speaker, and good morning, everyone. Speaker, I would like to present to members of council, the mayor, an award that was presented to the City of Toronto and its Cafe TO program. The award was presented by Drinks Ontario. I attended their event on June the 9th, and the purpose of this award is to recognize the amazing Cafe TO program that has brought so much to help businesses in our city. And so Drinks Ontario is recognizing the City of Toronto and its program. And the award, here's the award here, and I attended the event on behalf of the mayor. And the award simply reads, Drinks Ontario Wine, Spirits, Beer Award 2022 Licensee Partnership Award to Cafe TO Program, City of Toronto. And this is in recognition to our efforts with respect to helping the hospitality industry and restaurant industry and so on to enhance the profile, obviously, of the sector, but also the incorporation of alcoholic beverages and drinks, restaurants and bars and so on, and licensed establishments in the City of Toronto, and simply that the Cafe TO program is being recognized for its contribution to this sector. And they wanted me to thank the mayor and members of City Council, but also all the amazing City of Toronto staff who have actually worked to ensure the success of this particular program, which is Cafe TO. They did ask me to present this to the mayor, so Mayor, if you don't mind, if you just come forward, I will present this to you on their behalf. On behalf of Drinks Ontario, Mayor, I'd like to present to you the 2022 Licensee Partnership Award and this really cool trophy. It's pretty heavy, actually. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Pasternak, I understand that you wish to make a brief announcement.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This week I had the joint Mayor Tory, Councillors Fillion and Carroll to represent, of course, Councillors Robinson, Coleman, and Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to help initiate the celebrations of recognizing the 100th anniversary of North York's incorporation as a township, which occurred on June the 13th, 1922. Special thanks to the North York Historical Society, Marla Weingarten, and Glenn Bonata, and its dedicated volunteers who keep history alive. And of course, a special thanks to Heritage Toronto for their work in recognizing the value of history and the shared experience. One cannot understand the history of the City of Toronto without recognizing the history of North York. It is not just a shared history that ensures social cohesion that we cherish, but it's shared experience. And that shared experience has made North York the great inner suburb that it is. The story of the past 100 years of North York is one of transformation from a rural farmland into one of Canada's most vibrant inner suburbs. The celebration of such milestones is a crucial lesson in local history, allowing us to learn where we were, where we are, and where we were going. Much history is global, international, and out of our reach, and this is local history. No matter how you study the history of this great inner suburb, is defined by the people who have settled here and the businesses that have prospered. Its implications have been felt worldwide. Its pharmaceutical industry, characterized by companies like Sanofi Pasteur and Apotex, have saved millions of lives worldwide. Polio, diphtheria, tetanus were eradicated with vaccines coming from companies that call North York home. Its aerospace and aviation industry redefined both military and civilian air travel and safety. The historical military presence in Downsview area contributed to the war effort, that gave us the freedoms that we cherish today. Same goes for food services, high technology, medical sciences. North York didn't just offer the land to set up in industry, it provided the ingenuity, the creativity, and the stable workforces to make these businesses prosper. Flight to the Suburbs is a Canadian story, where those who came to North York were Filipino, Italian, Jewish, Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, Syrian, Russian, East Indian, among others. They journeyed from the Ward, a newcomer enclave in downtown Toronto, and more recently from world conflict zones. E.P. Taylor saw North York as an epicenter of the way post-war planning should be and how neighborhoods should be imagined. Those who came to Canada with nothing saved for their earnings and moved to Don Mills to fulfill the Canadian dream of owning a home. This neighborhood endures today as a stable, livable, transformational neighborhood, home to single-family detached homes as well as apartment buildings. North York remains a place of natural beauty. Ravines, rivers, ravine systems, trails, and parks, and tree canopy make it a shining example of keeping green while prospering. One of our greatest parks in North York is Earl Bales, and at one time it was going to be sold to developers after it closed as a golf course, but the elected officials of the day and the residents who sent them to City Hall made sure that it remained a green space and a park that thousands enjoy every day today. Through Mel Lastman, we remain loyal disciples, adopting the best in garden politics, high-level civic services, while taking the issues of the day very seriously, never taking ourselves too seriously. It was not quite the house that Mel built, but it sure came close. North York became a place of education, commerce, and raising a family, a place of high purpose, and a city of heart. The building of affordable and social housing, the building and rebuilding of the North York Women's Shelter, the great work of the North York Harvest Food Bank, the Mental Health Association site, youth shelters, homeless shelters, community centers, Costi, hundreds of places of worship where clergy help those in need, in despair, and dozens of programs. Out of the Cold thrives in our places of worship supported by the generosity of donors and the hard work of thousands of volunteers. The graduates from North York's high schools, colleges, and universities have gone on to do great things in medicine, the arts, academic, aerospace, publishing, and commerce. They are the alumni of the institution they graduated from, but they are also the alumni of North York. It is really a city of heart, a city defined by the way they treat their seniors. One only need to look at North York's network of senior services and supports to make the community proud. And if in doubt, see the smiling faces of seniors at Baycrest, Bernard Patel, or the North York Senior Centers. North York knows how to share its history, pay respect to solemn reminder who came before, respect for our veterans, memory of those who perished in the Holocaust, historical plaques and placemakers, street names, schools, community centers, of those who carved out the lands for a better life. The Aga Khan Museum, the Ontario Science Center, Black Creek Pioneer Village, John Mackenzie House, Gibson's House, and there is much more. Yes, there is a lot to celebrate, so let's celebrate. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. Item EX 33.1, a supplementary report from the Executive Director, Transit Expansion Office, has been posted. And item IET 33.2, a supplementary report from the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, has been posted. The clerk staff have also sent an email to members and their staff to advise that these materials are available.
A point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cole.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something. There were some questions raised by Councillor Perruzza and others about the presence of staff, senior staff, in person here in the council chamber. Who decides? What are the protocols, given COVID-19 or the phase we're in? What are the rules or guidelines, or who decides who's here, who's not? Can that be clarified, please?
Sure. Through the speaker, the city manager has oversight of staff, and so in terms of who attends in this room would be ultimately my decision. Today, as is the case whenever we do have council meeting, when you do call on senior leadership team members, typically they are in the building, as are today and were yesterday and have been in the previous times. So others that are responsible for various reports are either in City Hall, sitting in their offices, doing other work while they pay attention to the proceedings of council, or they are home doing similar activities. So generally speaking, though, to answer your question specifically, it is a decision that I have.
Can I ask a question? I'm just wondering, though, I'm just wondering whether it's safe for us to be here, or what's the reason? Again, maybe we should all be at home or in our office. We shouldn't be here. I'm not sure how, on what basis that decision is made, whether they can sit in their office here in the building or sit at home. And I don't, for a minute, say they're not working. I mean, they work nonstop. They're available nonstop. I'm just saying it's sort of strange them not being here. And some of us are here and just trying to figure out what the medical officer of health has had to say about this, or where is this coming from? Who's here, who's not? Maybe we should not be here. I don't know.
Well, okay, Councillor Coe, I believe the city
Madam
manager.
Speaker, on a point of
Yeah.
personal privilege, please.
Okay, personal privilege.
Sure. Oh, wait,
Who?
that was Councillor Layton, I think.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There were some comments at the end of yesterday's meeting and here again this morning, and with the deepest respect to my colleagues who feel that they need to be in the chamber. I think there are others on this committee and that work for our city that don't either quite feel comfortable yet, given their individual circumstances. I work from home, I work from the office, I have also attended committee, but also that there are extenuating circumstances with respect to our families and our loved ones. Let me tell you a story. I stayed home yesterday. Why? Because my daughter, my 4-year-old daughter, who's unvaccinated because she doesn't have the ability to access the vaccine yet, threw up in the morning. So we evaluated her based on the TDSB criteria. I, in fact, ran a PCR test over the lunch hour down to sick kids so I could get the confirmation that she didn't have COVID. But I stayed at home and didn't enter the chamber out of the deepest respect to our staff, our clerks, and all of you on the call. It wasn't because I wasn't doing my job. It wasn't because I didn't want to come to the chamber. It was because my personal circumstances contributed to the decision that I made. And so I know there's some of you, typically those that have been here a little bit longer, that perhaps have a little bit of a different set of guiding principles in their workday. I would just say that let's try to be welcome and understanding that other people may be under different circumstances. I get it's still stressful and this is really annoying, but I didn't come yesterday out of the deepest respect to all of you. I'm here now because the PCR test came back negative, but I'm staying in my office because she might also just have a stomach bug that I don't want to give all of you.
Okay,
It's
thank
great that
you.
we have this option now.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Mayor.
Yeah, just on a
okay,
point of order, just
yeah,
to close
Mayor
this
Tory.
off, because we, and I think it's, I appreciate Councillor Layton sharing that, because there are different circumstances in which people find themselves. I think it is appropriate, and we've got one more meeting left in July, and I'm not sure that we need to sort of have a great debate about that before the one last meeting. But I think it would be worthy of a worthy effort for me to talk with the city manager and with the members of council about what our approach will be, because we did change our policy to allow for virtual meetings, and that was not a policy change that had a time limit on it. It was just put in place. And I think in light of the examinations that I'm going to be undertaking on behalf of our economy to sort of see what the future of work is for everybody else, because this is a very fundamental thing for us in terms of the transit ridership and in terms of the downtown office community and so forth. We're going to be examining that. We should probably have that discussion about ourselves too, in the context as well of making sure that things can work, because I know you commented yesterday a little bit about how it is more difficult sometimes. So I will undertake to talk to the city manager about the staff, because in the end, I understand completely why Councillor Cole asked the question he did, because people could be sitting in some of these chairs, those that are required for items for sure or something. And so it's as the city manager says, no, everybody's here and working in one way or another. So are the councillors. But if I undertake to do that, to consult the council, to also consult with the public service, because we also have to set an example. People watch what we do. And so, you know, when Councillor Cole says, is it safe? Well, we should answer that question because I think the answer is probably yes. But so I'll do that, and then we can get everybody's views and decide going forward, probably for our first council meeting back, which will be at a different point in time vis-a-vis COVID. One hopes that it will be sort of have this as long in the past, but we'll have that discussion.
Okay, thank you. So let's proceed. Before we review and confirm the order paper, there are a number of members' motions that we want to introduce. And I know, Mayor, there was 2 yesterday from you, so we can have you introduce these 2 members' motions. We'll put them on the screen. Okay.
I'm not sure which one they're going to put up first, but
Okay, there it is on the screen now, the digital.
Okay, I don't have that screen in front here, it's coming. This is the one to do with the digital, yes, well, this is Digital Main Street, and it really provides for the city to continue to sponsor this through Tabia, and it's for 2022 and 2023. It's been an immensely successful program, but the urgency is to allow them to get on with continuing their work for 2022.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, the next motion,
Second one is it's just a wonderful motion I'm proud of that we could look at as a council together. It's about allocating a piece of property at 15 Denison for Indigenous affordable housing, and the urgency is to allow all those concerned to get on with the actual mechanics of transferring the land and so forth, because it actually will be transferred, so there's an urgency to that.
okay, thank you. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Cole. Okay, it's on the screen.
Basically, it's in regards to the owner of the property to be developed is requesting permission to convey the parkland to the city with tiebacks installed beneath the surface for the parkland. And so they need to work this arrangement out with the city and parks before they can proceed with this tieback work.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Okay. Oh. All right, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I was going to release something, but I'm not now.
No,
So-
no,
oh,
no.
Sorry, I've got this going in. I'm sorry, thank you. It's my motion put in. There's urgency because we need to reconfirm this. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried.
We need to get that.
Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. There are 69 items left on the agenda, including 44 member motions. Council has timed the following items for today. Item CC 45.1 on the review of the Code of Conduct is our first item this morning. The member motion run-through would be considered at 2 p.m. Item AU 12.2 on Part 2 of the Audit of Emergency Shelters is the first item after members' motion. It is proposed that it be considered with related item AU 12.1 on Part 1 of the Audit of Emergency Shelters. I will now take the release of holds. Please put your name on the list if you have an item to release, and I've did review. Okay. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's actually the first item this morning. I'm prepared to release CC 45.1, review of Code of Conduct for members of council. If someone else would like to hold it, that's fine, but I'm releasing it.
Okay, just a sec. Let me get to that. CC 45.1? Okay, so Councillor Pasternak is releasing. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 2 I'd like to release. SC 32.8, construction staging area for 2830 to 82 Kingston Road. I'd like to release.
Okay, on SC 32.8, construction staging area 2380 and 82 Kingston Road, Councillor Crawford is releasing. On favor, carried. Thank you.
Next item is CC 45.16, the Ontario Land Tribunal appeal of the official plan amendment 231 at 1911 to 21 Eglinton Avenue East. I just wanted to, first of all, just really want to thank staff. This is will be a milestone resolution that's going to deal with the many appeals that are happening or will be happening on South Eglinton and the Golden Mile. Just want to thank staff for the work on getting this agreement.
Okay, on CC 45.16, Councillor Crawford is releasing. All in favor? Show of hands carried. Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Yes, Speaker, excuse me. Item TE 33.2, which is 35, 41 through 63, 65, and 95 High Park Avenue and other addresses, rental housing demolition final report. There's a supplementary that I would like to move along with the item.
Okay, so on T 33.2, Councillor Perks is releasing with the supplementary report, which is 33.2A. On favor on the supplementary report, carried. On the item, it's amended. All in favor, carried. Thank you. All those in favor of adopting the order paper, on favor, carried. Councillor So we'll go to the top of the agenda, EX 33.1, which is the Metrolinx Transit Expansion Projects. The supplementary report was just online last night, so we're going to hold that item down and deal with it later to give an opportunity for the councillors to review the report that was just made public. Okay? So our next item is EX 33.13, approaches to curb anti-Black racism in schools. Councillor Thompson, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? If you have questions to staff, if you can
Speaker,
put it on the screen.
I don't have questions of staff, but I've just sent the motion to staff, so I don't know if it's ready. If it's not ready?
Okay, I'm just wondering if other members have.
Okay, fair enough, thank you. I don't
Are there
have
any
questions.
members of council that do have questions to staff on this item? No? Okay, yeah. So, do we have, should we hold this down? Do we have Councillor Thompson's motion? We have it? Oh, okay, so we need time, Councillor Thompson.
Speaker, it's Councillor Fletcher. On 33.1, I've had a motion that I put in for that, and I would like to have that advance circulated, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, so our next item is AU 12.1 and AU 12.2, which will be dealt with after the members' motions. We now will go into Planning and Housing Committee, PH 34.1. Councillor Perks, you held the item down. Our Plan Toronto Final Environment and Climate Change Official Plan Policy Updates. Questions to staff, Councillor Perks? Does anybody have any questions to staff? Okay, Councillor Perks, did you want to speak?
I do. Speaker, I had submitted a motion, but it doesn't seem to be here. Oh, it's not listed in on the motions portion of the item. Okay, well, if I could just have that motion up. So this is a motion basically trying to, it doesn't alter in any way the staff recommendations. It simply adds a request to the Executive Director, City Planning, and the General Manager of Toronto Water and the General Manager of Parks to investigate the feasibility of doing an assessment of some of the historical water courses and the restoration opportunities. This is things like Garrison Creek, for example. It's just asked staff to examine if there's something we can do about that. I've worked with all the listed staff and they're all fine with it. But on this item, I did want to, and I just have to find something, take a moment to acknowledge, where did it go? Got an email from Greg Lintern. Sorry, guys. I've lost it. I'm just going to stand down for a second, if I could.
Pardon?
I just need to find something that Greg Lintern said.
Okay, I'll put your time on,
Maybe Councillor Layton could go while I find this.
Councillor Layton doesn't have his name.
Got a motion.
Pardon? No, but Councillor Layton, okay, I'll reset your time, Councillor Perks. Let's just go to Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton to speak.
My
Councillor-
apologies. I just had to hang up on Mr. Mayor because he was distracting me, but I appreciate it, John. Thank you. I have a motion.
We have Councillor Layton's motion.
The City Council requests the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning, and the Chief Building Official and Executive Director, Toronto Buildings, to explore appropriate opportunities to educate the public regarding their obligations under the province's Endangered Species Act when undertaking development. Part of this motion, first of all, thank you very much to staff for their work on this, incorporating our ecological, climate, and environmental goals into our official plan is critical. I think it's very high level, and so doesn't quite get down to the action plans that we sorely need to be implementing. At the same time, it's good that we're being guided by overarching plans and legislation that can guide all other work under it. One place I saw it lacking, and to be honest, I struggle with this locally, not only in my community with developments, but within my own family. My wife's a birder, and every time she sees a chimney get destroyed, she goes on to a program called Swift Watch, which looks for endangered chimney swifts in the that have been documented, because typically the city doesn't get informed that this endangered species habitat is being destroyed. And because you wouldn't, honestly, you wouldn't typically think that when you're demolishing a building, you'd be demolishing endangered species habitat. But it does happen. And there are ways of mitigating it, allowing for demolition, but doing it at certain times of year when the birds aren't nesting, and replacing the habitat, which can be done. And in fact, the TCDSB have demonstrated in Toronto that it can be done. That's a little small point. But in my thanks to staff, I did want to draw some attention to one particular staff member who's contributed not only significantly to this plan, but also to a 30-year career of public service at our city that's coming to an end at the end of this month, in fact. That's Jane Weninger. And I'm to understand that she has served on environmental groups with not only one, but with
I'm sorry, I apologize.
That's okay. If I could keep going.
Yes, of course, go ahead.
Thank you. Jane's work dates back to working with another Councillor Layton here with the first environment plan for the Environment Task Force when she led that through the Board of Health when the city was amalgamated. And the plan set the stage for much of the environmental work that would follow through the Green Roof Bylaw and green standards. With city planning, she led the historic transition of Rouge Park to a national urban park, the addition of 68 new environmentally significant areas to this official plan, revisions of the citywide ravine and natural features bylaw, the city's response to provincial legislation affecting the environment, including the Greenbelt Plan, the provincial policy statement, and the growth plan, the biodiversity and ravine strategies, and most recently, the update to the official plan on natural heritage and water courses at council that's in front of us today. She leaves a legacy of professionalism, passion, and a commitment to the city and the natural environment of the city, which will be hard to replace. So I hope she's trained up many in our city's government about what it takes to deliver in what can be a high pressure environment, but also one that holds lots of promise, because our cities can do so much. And Jane has helped us realize that. So my best to you and to her colleagues for the loss. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So are we ready for Councillor Perks?
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
You're ready? Okay.
So I've moved the motion that's here. But it was actually Jane that I wanted to talk about. So one of the things that you just heard is that Jane, one of the first things she did in the public service at the City of Toronto was work to establish the environmental task force that brought in members of the community who had an interest in the environment, city staff, elected officials, and as Councillor Layton just said, is one of the foundational documents for a suite of policies right across everything from climate change to natural spaces to our green bin program. So much of what we do here at the City of Toronto is the result of Jane's work. And I just wanted to add a personal note on this. Back when that environmental task force was established, a certain wide-eyed, bushy-bearded, long-haired environmental activist named Gord Perks was asked to be part of it. And it's through that interaction with Jane and other members of the public service that I really developed a taste for what this place, this council chamber, and the City of Toronto government could do to improve and enhance not only the natural environment, but the sustainability of the City of Toronto. Jane was a key figure for many of us in the environmental movement, building strong links to the public service and the elected officials here at City of Toronto. Her contribution to the lives of Torontonians and to the very strong relationship we have to our natural environment is something that we really need to celebrate. And Jane, I wish you were here in the chamber so I could go over and give you a hug, but thank you so much for everything you've done for all of us who are passionate about the environment and passionate about the City of Toronto.
Thank you. You do have a question, Councillor Perks. Councillor Robinson, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yeah, thank you very much. What do you mean by assessment of historical water courses restoration opportunities?
So this is language that was negotiated together with staff, but if you think about it, we have, for example, markers along the course of what used to be Garrison Creek, which has now been covered over. That's an example of the type of program that we should be looking at in the City of Toronto. So many of our water courses have been altered or in some cases buried as the city has developed. This just asks city staff to do a little bit of thinking about whether there are other opportunities like that.
And would you like to see some of these lost rivers uncovered, or I guess what's your long-term objective?
My long-term objective here is to have city staff do a piece of work and a little bit of thinking about what our opportunities are. I don't know if there's an opportunity for physically surfacing any of these or physically altering the current course. Yeah, but it's an investigation we should undertake. I don't know what the outcome will be. That's why I'm asking staff to do the work.
And are you aware of any other cities or best practices around this, international efforts on this front?
Oh yes, absolutely. This is something that many cities and municipalities around the world have undertaken. It's part of what I think being a modern city is remembering that we're built on a natural environment and should consider our future to do a better job of including that natural environment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have a motion. I don't know if the
Madam
clerks
Speaker, I
have it
have
ready.
questions for the mover.
Oh, I'm sorry, you just put your name on. Okay, sorry. Okay, yes, Councillor Pasternak, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the end game is here. Now, are you suggesting that if we find ancient creeks that have been buried for decades, we're supposed to be digging them up and restoring them, even if they cut through backyards or under businesses or in flood zones? Is that where this is going?
Councillor, as I just explained to Councillor Robinson, what this motion does is asks staff to go take a look at the historical water courses that have been either covered over or altered, and see what the opportunities are. For example, if you walk through parts of the city of Toronto, say Trinity Bellwoods Park, there are markers that Garrison Common or Garrison Creek used to be there. That's an example of the kind of thing that can happen. No, absolutely. I'm not talking about going and demolishing people's homes. What I'm talking about is all of us taking a moment when this report comes back to think about ways of acknowledging and surfacing virtually the physical landscape that we have altered as the city has grown.
So the various people you've asked to work on this have said repeatedly they're stretched to the limit, they're understaffed. I believe we have 3,300 vacancies at the city. Have they assured you that they have the resources to do this kind of work?
Staff were actually very helpful, including Jane, who I just spoke about, in preparing this motion. I think it's work that everyone would like to get on with. If you're concerned that there's an historic number of vacancies at the City of Toronto, I suggest that, like me, when we have our budget debate in the future, if you and I are fortunate enough to be on the future council, take very seriously our compensation and working conditions here at the City of Toronto.
Oh, I'd be happy to write you a letter of introduction to our Human Resources Department to accelerate filling of vacancies. And
yep.
That's something that I think we all think is important. Okay, we'll leave it here with this motion. I'll speak against it.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have a motion, if I could ask the clerks to display it. Won't take long, but I'll paraphrase it. It's to ask the Chief Planner and Toronto Water, ECS, and Environment and Energy to look at the assumptions and the trends which inform our development planning reviews, and to review mitigation standards for more frequent and severe storm events to ensure that anticipated precipitation in the future is fully accounted for. And number two is to ask City Council ask the province to act on recommendation number 5 of the 2019 independent review of flood events in Ontario. And that recommendation concerns updated technical guidance pertaining to flood and natural hazards and would contribute to a coordinated approach to planning across municipal boundaries. I'll explain what I mean by all of that. It's been brought to my attention, and I also, in discussion with staff, there is ongoing work going on about how we predict what storm events will bring in the City of Toronto. So I have here something that I hastily printed out on purple paper because that's what was in the printer, so pardon that. But it's our wet weather flow management guidelines. They're dated 2006. And inside those is lots of technical information that, that is really for specialists to interpret, including interesting graphs. But this is an example of one of the graphs that talks about the rainfall intensity in Toronto. But as it turns out, these graphs are fairly dated. And so we're using assumptions that are very old with respect to rain events and perhaps even snow events. So my motion is fairly broad. It just suggests to the planner, because we're at this juncture in looking at our official plan and about climate change in our environment, are we basing a lot of our planning and broadly on planning on fresh assumptions. And that means, you know, are we thinking about what rainfall could be in 5, 10, 50 years from now? Are we thinking about what snowfall could be in 5, 10, or 50 years? I mean, we just went through a winter storm in Toronto where we realized that there isn't even enough space to stack the snow up in some places. So it is, again, just to encourage, as part of this plan review process, and then all of the various parts of the city that work to sustain that, to make sure that our assumptions are fresh, to make sure that they're adequate. And finally, the second half of this, some work was done by the province to look at flooding in Ontario. And one of the recommendations is that, you know, highly paraphrased, is that the province has an opportunity to take a leadership approach on this type of planning. Because the idea is a storm system, it just doesn't hover over the city of Toronto. It actually moves across municipalities in a region. So there may be a way to coordinate you know, that base data, that technical information, so that all municipalities are using the same assumption, as opposed to us developing our own. And that could lead to stronger planning and perhaps a stronger development review process. So I hope you support that, and I'd take any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Hi, Councillor. Anyways, I think these are very important motions, Councillor Holliday's motion and Councillor Perks, especially in terms of planning. I'll give you an example. The Garrison Creek, okay, flows from my riding and then all the way down Winona Avenue, Shaw Street, all the way down Christie. Well, a couple of years ago, there was a development approved at the corner of Winona and St. Clair, right on the banks of the Garrison Creek. I think it's Councillor Bailau's area. Anyways, there was a plaza in there that had no basement, because they tried to redevelop it about 20 years ago. There was no basement, so it was just a plaza that never made any sense, really. But anyway, so a developer bought it, and so they began to do their excavation work. And you know what they found? They found they had a water problem. So they have been on that site at Winona and St. Clair with incredible machinery pumping out water for 6 months. So you imagine the cost of that, because they didn't really take into account the fact they were on a riverbed. You know, on the south side, they've been pumping, and you can imagine the neighbors next door to the south have been hearing these heavy-duty pumps that are, you know, trying to eliminate the water that's underneath, because they're basically on a river. And the Garrison Creek, as you know, Councillor Mihevc knows, just north of St. Clair there used to be the Oakwood Stadium, where that used to be a little small pond lake that became a football stadium. Then it became Dominion. Now it's No Frills, where you shop, you know. So anyways, they're on a river. So imagine, so the plan, yeah, so when these people buy their condos, you know, buyer beware. But I'm sure engineering-wise, they probably figured a way. But a great cost to the developer. Anyway, so I just wanted to illustrate that as an example that we should know where the. I know I did a tour one time with Charles Katcha of the hidden rivers of Toronto, and they're all over the place. So again, having that information available is critically important, especially if people are going to build homes, they're going to build their condos or whatever, or we are going to build roads or city facilities. So we should take more account and understand the geography of Toronto before we came here. All the rivers and ravines and the old brickwork yards that used to be there, almost like open pit mines, etc. So Christie Pits is another example. So anyways, we got to know that, and I think it's to everybody's benefit going forward. So we take that into account and then protect the integrity of the land around it and ensure that we're doing something that doesn't go contrary to the geography and the geology of the terrain. Anyways, thank you very much for those two motions.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I mean, this is an important subject, and I like most of the motions here, but I urge you to vote against Councillor Perks. I mean, if anyone listened to the debate yesterday about customer service at the City of Toronto and our problems with 311 and getting things done, it focused on a number of different divisions. Now, I'm not trying to pick on anyone, but Toronto Water, Parks, Forestry, Recreation, Transportation, and various TRCA issues. And what Councillor Perks has done is responding to that overwork of inability and under-resourced divisions is adding more work to them. If you start going down this road where you're having public consultations, trying to identify and locate and restore ancient creeks, you're going to have a riot on your hands. You're going to have neighborhoods in an uproar thinking that their backyards are going to be dug up and some kind of stream is going to be put through there. You're going to have businesses who are also going to be very nervous about potential restoration of ancient streams and rivers underneath BIAs or major arterial roads. We just don't have the resources for a study like this. We know where these ancient creeks are. I've seen the maps in my area to see where they are. Any developer who is thinking of building on a property will do their due diligence, will figure out where the ancient creeks are, and take the mitigation necessary. If you want to bring in tougher environmental rules, and I mean, that's an issue that you'll have to discuss with the province. But this kind of project, which will take hundreds of hours of staff time, when we have, across the city, 2,300 or so vacancies, is an inappropriate use of resources and will create deep anxiety in our local neighborhoods. I urge you to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be very brief. I just want to just highlight Councillor Layton's motion, and I like it very much. I actually wish it was even stronger. And it's not just endangered species. I think wildlife generally we should be looking at, but along Bayview Avenue, we've had so much development for over 12 years, and so many trees. I don't even want to tally the trees that have come down in that area, illegally and some legally. As we know, some of these stories have been in the media. But these areas that are heavily forested with lots of vegetation are really being modified, adapted, and it has been a problem. And in our public meetings in my ward, residents have been talking about this very type of thing that Councillor Layton has put forward. And quite frankly, at some meetings mocked for doing that, for worrying about things like wildlife and endangered species, because the developers don't want to hear that. So I understand it says to educate the public. I think that's good. And I think also developers need to understand the implications of some of these undertakings, because as I said, it's been identified in a number of my public meetings and it hasn't always resonated with developers. So I just wanted to add that comment to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We can put the motions on the screen. Okay, our first motion is motion 1 by Councillor Perks. It's on the screen.
Recorded, please.
Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Minnan Wong, we're in the middle of a vote. Are you able to vote on the system?
Hold on, sorry. There you go.
Thank you. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 16-3.
Okay, our next motion by Counselor Layton. On favor? Carried. Next motion by Counselor Holliday. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Our next item is PH 34.4. City initiated zoning bylaw amendments to implement Ontario line. Councillor Mihevik, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, could I just say, are we close to being ready with it, the revised one that has been sent your way? The one that I sent about 5 minutes ago? Okay,
They're
so
not ready.
maybe give it another 10 minutes.
Okay, okay. Okay, so we will go back to item EX 33.13. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I wanted to delete the recommendation that came from committee and insert a new recommendation. Now, this deletion is being done with the support of the staff from Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Unit, Mr. Morgan and team. It was recognized when we met as an advisory committee that we would actually added more depth to the recommendation that committee had added. So the recommendation that's here now is the depth of that detailed information that we had discussed with members of the committee. And so staff have actually written this motion in consultation with members of the broader community and some experts to actually provide more detailed discussion and feedback going forward with the school boards. Actually, the issue, Speaker, is that there's a real need to ensure that we have a better relationship with respect to the various school board and Black students, and I would say students in general. The objective here is to create a broader opportunity in terms of measuring and collecting data with respect to Black students and the curriculum that is geared towards them. But I think it's really important when we talk about schools and you talk about education and learning, we know that in our school system, we don't only have Black students, we have all types of students from all backgrounds and races and so on that makes up the complement of the residents who live in this city. It's extremely important when we talk about educating young Black kids that we broaden that discussion with respect to our focus. Because if you're educating young Black kids in terms of culturally appropriate information, and you broaden that, you're also educating a broader group of people that are young white kids, young Aboriginal kids, and so on, so that they have a greater sense of understanding of the history of Black people in this country, province, and city, and the world in general. So that would actually benefit everyone. And so there's a real need for more discussion to take place. We've seen some of the challenges that young Black students have experienced with respect to the educational system that is causing for them challenges, and parents are very concerned about that. We are all, and we should all be very concerned about the limitations that are being received as a result of the education system by young Black students, but also by others as well, because the sort of depth of it and the volume of information that's needed to create a greater sense and level of understanding is necessary to create a better, just, fair society. We talked yesterday, we've heard the police chief talking about some of the challenges with respect to policing in the Black community and so on. I think it's important for everyone to have a better sense of understanding about people. That comes through education, that comes at an early age and so on. So as we develop into our own personality and persona, as we get older and more mature, we actually have a lot of the variables and the linkages that connects us to people in our greater sense of understanding. So when we actually are in varying positions and careers and so on and so forth, we are not seeing certain people of different shade or hues as being different and or that they should be treated different ways. So I think this is a great opportunity for us to exercise great judgment, great collaboration. There's meetings that takes place between the school board and the city, both the Catholic District School Board and the Toronto District School Board. This is an opportunity for us to weave in a foundation of education and structure that actually helps, and as well as collecting data and information that helps us to actually do better. So that's the intent of this particular revised motion. The deletion of what was there initially. What was there initially was not complete, and we wanted to make sure that there's a complete picture, there's a complete sense of direction and understanding for the undertaking that really needs to happen. Because when we deal with issues with respect to confronting anti-Black racism, we ought not to deal with it when we're 45, 30, 35, 40, and so on. We should deal with it much earlier, and this provides an opportunity, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on the motion, the amendment, on favor? Carried. Item is, oh, that's the item, okay. So, Councillor Mihevc, are we ready with your item? No? Okay. Councillor Holiday, you held down PH 34.5, which is review of Chapter 629 and other property maintenance regulations. Do you have questions to staff?
Thank you, Speaker. I just wondered if,
Okay, just a sec. Do we, does anybody have any questions to staff? If they can please put their name on the list? No, okay, so Councillor Holiday, you have questions?
I do, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
I just wondered if the solicitor is present. I think I see Wendy there.
I don't know, because I don't see the staff that are present.
Great. They're fairly straightforward questions. This is our property standards bylaw that's before council for revision. Is the property standards bylaw applicable to the City of Toronto in terms of the municipal government as an organization?
Yes, it is.
Is there anything in the bylaw or in law that holds back the city from enforcing the property standards against itself?
No, there's not.
Okay. Are there any mechanisms that we're aware of that would cause us to not enforce the property standards bylaw on ourselves? You know, do we treat things differently here, or and it may be beyond the scope of the solicitor, but there is nothing that you know of, Ms. Wahlberg, that would hold us back from doing that.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I can't speak to that as the Deputy Mayor suggests, because enforcement is really outside of my bailiwick.
Okay, thank you. I will, that's the last of my questions. I do want to speak on the item, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the solicitor for being available.
We do have, Councillor Robinson, you have questions to staff?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
If I can go ahead, I will. So just to get clarity around the former deputy mayor's questions. So when it comes to property standards, you're saying we have teeth, but not really, because at the end of the day, it's provincially regulated, or if you could just provide more clarity around that point.
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker, the property standards bylaw is a municipal bylaw, so it is a set of regulations established by council rather than by the province.
So can we, when a vacant home is not looking after its property, or there's issues, we can go in and deal with that? Like in my case, I have a place that's completely falling apart. It's a safety issue. Can we go in and ask them to tear that, to demolish that, or can the city demolish that building?
Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask if anyone from Municipal Licensing and Standards is available to respond to detailed questions about enforcement.
Okay, so do we have anybody from Municipal Standards on the line?
Good morning. It's Elizabeth Glibbery, Director of Investigation Services with Municipal Licensing and Standards.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So through the speaker, with respect to enforcement on city properties and vacant properties, we do all of that enforcement. For vacant derelict, if there was a structural issue, we would definitely refer that to Toronto Buildings. And together with their expertise, we would jointly address any issues on that property.
But how far can you go, I guess is my question. Fines levied on the property standard issues, proposed changes, how far, where is our teeth on these issues? Because this is an issue for many of us in some of our neighborhoods. And so I just want to know the extent.
So through the speaker, the extent of our enforcement depends on what we see. So if the vacant property is open to the public, we would board it. If it was starting to cave in, that would be an issue that we would refer to Toronto Buildings, and we would work together with them on the next steps of enforcement. So we can do remedial action, we can do charges, we can do orders. I mean, we do have a lot of enforcement tools at our fingertips.
Okay, and how often do you use those? Is that documented? Do you use those readily and the kind of the fullest extent? Do you use readily, or can you give me any stats or information on that?
Through the speaker, Councillor Robinson, I don't have any stats available with me today, but I can certainly follow up with you separately. I would say it doesn't happen frequently. However, there are complex situations where we will work with our partners to determine the best way forward. And it's not with just Toronto Buildings, it's with Toronto Fire Services and all of our other partners. So it is a complex issue and it's difficult to answer, but we don't do it that often to the full extent of the bylaw. If it's a demolition, I will defer to Toronto Buildings on that.
So what can you just give some clarity around what the circumstances, when fines can be levied on a property standard issue? And like, I just want to understand some of the circumstances around that. More clarity, please.
Through the speaker, any violation of Chapter 629 or any other municipal code, we can issue orders and/or violations of notice. We can also issue Part 1 or Part 3s. In this report, we are asking for the ability to issue Part 1 offenses as well, which is a more immediate remedy to some of the more obvious issues. So there are a number of different approaches that we use, Councillor Robinson, and not any one may fit every circumstance. However, we can and we will issue orders for any violations of the property standards bylaw 629.
So does health and safety come into play? Does proximity to parks come into play?
Through the speaker, Councillor Robinson, safety is always the #1 priority for us. So we will be and will continue to address these types of complaints on a priority basis.
Thank you.
That was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, in recent years, we've changed the policy regarding cutting grass on corners on the public right of way. In other words, the homeowner on that corner is now responsible for cutting the grass. If there are complaints about uncut grass on a boulevard, on the public right of way, in one of those situations, is it your division that goes out and warns the homeowner who would be responsible?
Through the speaker, Councillor, we usually get complaints about the whole property, but if it is private property and it's a boulevard, we will give the owner a heads up. However, boulevard enforcement is a transportation services issue, but I want to emphasize that we do work with transportation services to streamline the amount of interaction with the homeowner and to coordinate our enforcement efforts.
So if you received a complaint about uncut grass on the public right of way, would you send that off to transportation, or would you take the first steps for enforcement?
We would take the first steps for enforcement through the speaker. We would take the first steps for enforcement to determine what the issue is. And if it is something that is under the purview of transportation services, we would do the referral over to transportation services.
So at what point does city staff go and cut the grass themselves and then bill the homeowner? I have a situation in which a senior was billed over $800 for the cutting of the corner boulevard. She's kind of lost in the policy. Would that be a transportation issue where they went over and cut it and then put it on her tax bill?
Through the speaker, I'm not clear on what transportation services processes are, but can I advise you that municipal licensing and standards, if we do remedial action, it is often the last thing in our enforcement toolkit to undertake that work. So we would give the homeowner ample time, especially if it's a senior citizen or any vulnerable person in our city. We would certainly work with that resident to gain compliance without undertaking the remedial action.
Through the speaker, Councillor Pasternak, it's Barbara Gray, and that is our approach as well, is to work with the homeowner and try to achieve compliance as best we can.
Right.
And if there's a specific situation like you're describing, I would like to look into that and hope that you could send me more information about it.
Yes, I'd be happy to talk to you offline. So when push comes to shove, after repeated engagements or letters or conversations, and they don't do it, we send city staff, and we have some kind of a billing system. We just throw it on their tax bill, and that's how we deal with it. Is that a correct assumption?
Through the speaker, that's how it works. We will try to work. We will give them notices. We'll give them additional compliance time depending on their circumstances. But as a last resort, we will do the remedial action and we add it to their tax.
Okay. On another matter, when it comes to procurement, so this is a resident of mine whose roof is in terrible shape. I will acknowledge that. Do municipal licensing staff have the authority to procure and get prices from a roofing company to unilaterally go in and redo someone's roof and then put it on their tax bill?
Through the speaker, Councillor, we do have that authority. That is not something we would want to undertake. We are not maintenance management people. And so our business, our primary business is the enforcement aspect. The remedial is at the very end, the last step that we would take to gain compliance, especially if there's a safety issue.
Well, what concerns me is frontline staff in the procurement industry, and that we have a procurement department. Do frontline staff in municipal licensing have the authority to get 3 quotes and go with the lowest quote and pick the company of their choice? Is that normal policy?
Last question.
Through the speaker, that is not our protocol. That is not our policy. We have contracts set up for all of this type of work. So the grass cutting or lawn maintenance or waste, those frequent contracts, we've invested a lot of time and effort to set up contracts, going with the lowest bidder to provide us those services.
Thank
So
you.
staff are not
Okay, thank you.
getting through.
Okay,
you.
thank you.
I just have two questions. One to Barbara Gray. When we talked about the grass cutting on boulevards. Barbara, are you there? Are you there?
Sorry, Speaker. Yes, here I am,
Oh,
Speaker.
Okay.
Sorry about
So
that.
as far as when it comes to grass cutting on boulevards, does the city staff have a list of all the boulevards and, you know, so they know where they have to go and cut the grass and how often they have to cut it, or is it just on complaint?
To you, Madam Speaker, we actually do have grass cutting contracts that we reissue annually. And they identify, you know, beats and locations. I believe we're at 7 cuts a year. The council took a reduction a number of years back that limits the cuts to 7 cuts a year. And then there's also some capacity for us to be able to do additional management on a complaint basis as well. But we do actually have a grass cutting program that defines the locations in the city where the grass gets cut via contractor.
So you do have a list that, which ones have to be cut?
Yes.
Right, okay.
And a specific number of times that they are to be cut. So on the years that it's rainier, clearly we often get
Okay.
additional complaints when the grass grows faster. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because sometimes I have to file the complaint because it hasn't been done. So I'm just wondering if, you know, it was done before, it's not done now, you know, that sort of thing. So I'm just wondering if you do have that list. So my next question is to MLS. In recommendation 6, where city council expressed its support for higher penalties. So what would the higher penalties be for repeat offenders? Do we know what the penalties would be?
Through the speaker, no, we don't know what the penalties would be. We would certainly submit an application with our request for the higher penalties, but it is at the court's discretion to approve those.
Okay, so these are higher penalties for the repeat offenders that, you know, you have to keep going out and inspecting and giving them orders, correct?
Through the speaker, it is about that, as well as having the ability to issue Part 1 offenses. Right now, Property Standards only has a Part 3 offense that can be issued for any violation of that chapter. So we would like the ability to be more reactive with some of the first-time offenses. So to have another tool in our toolkit would be something we were asking for.
Okay, thank you. Go to speakers now, so if we can clear the list. Go to speakers. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thanks, Speaker. I have a brief motion. There's 2 parts to it. And the first is that City Council recognize the importance of the city itself maintaining properties to the standards set under 629 property standards. And the second part is a request of a report back from MLS to talk about what our process is inside the city as an organization for dealing with complaints relating to City of Toronto properties. So Speaker, there's a lot of questions today about grass cutting. I think every member of council probably knows this year this has been a really tough one. I've got a lot of complaints about grass cutting, and it's not transportation and it's not parks, but it's all over the place. I've got pictures on my phone from, you know, just a few days ago of grass up past my knees. I'm not sure it's even been cut this year. And I'm not here to, pull out and put staff on the side on this. I mean, I know a lot of people are working on it. In fact, they've been great with staying in touch with my office and trying to react to it, but it hasn't gone well. But the complaints that have come to my office have 2 parts to them. The first is, hey, this is terrible. And the second half is well, you got these rules, like, you know, I need to maintain my lawn at 8 inches. Why don't you? And, you know, how come you don't write yourself a ticket for this? And I don't have a good answer to that. I learned through this process that we as a city are indeed not exempt from the rules. So I don't know if anyone caught it yesterday, but when we were asking questions about 311, I deliberately put Mr. York on the spot with a hard question about, you know, what happens when a caller calls in and says, hey, you know, this space over here, it's got long grass on it, can you get it cut? They don't care who owns the space, if it's private or city or what, just resolve the issue, right? And that's all the customer or the citizen or the client, whatever you want to name the caller, expects. They just want the issue dealt with. But the interesting thing is, if it's private property, it goes over to MLS for enforcement. You know, that's the process, right? You know, the bylaw says you got to keep your grass cut, keep your property maintained, clean up litter, leaves, all that sort of stuff. But if it's a city issue and they're able to determine that it's a city property, well, it goes to the area that provides the service. Well, that makes sense, right? You want to go get the issue resolved. But what it does miss is that whole track of holding ourselves to account. So it's my view, maybe we need to work on a process inside that escalate things when we don't necessarily follow our own rules. And I think, you know, we've got, for example, we've got a very formal complaints mechanism on the city's website. You know, if something doesn't work out, you know, as a citizen, here's who you write to, and if that doesn't work, here's who you write to. Well, maybe we can think about something like that, because I think it is serious if we don't live up to our own bylaws, or at least try, as we would expect our citizens to do. And I really do think it needs to go to certain people's attention when we have transgressed those bylaws. And so, you know, my motion really is a report back, but also I think the most important part is part number 1, that sends a message as a council to our organization that we need to walk the walk and talk the talk. And we need to maintain our properties. That's what makes people proud about their city. They see this beautiful city around. And unfortunately, the inverse happens when things don't go well. And finally, I will commend staff. I mean, they really have been working hard to catch up to the grass cutting, and I really see the difference. I mean, there's still some things to deal with, but I will put that in there that, you know, I don't want to leave this on a complete negative tone. There's people are working hard to catch up with those long grass issues that we've all experienced. But, you know, I hope you'll support the motion, but most importantly, I hope you'll join me in our commitment as a city to live up to our own rules. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Perruzza, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I understand your desire to want to hold the city to account, but usually what happens when somebody puts in a complaint, before they actually dispatch somebody to either cut the grass, fill the pothole, or do whatever, they actually send another guy, a truck or a car beforehand, to do an inspection. Like I remember in the winter when we got snow complaints, you call and there were these 2 guys in a pickup truck that were just kind of like going around to see where the snow hadn't been removed, and then they would call it in. So don't you see this as creating that type of duplication? So first you send a guy to go take a look and see if the grass is tall. Then they report it as being tall, and then another guy is dispatched to cut the grass, right? Like if the first guy just cut the grass,
hey,
you wouldn't need the second guy. Right?
Councillor Perruzza, what is your question?
I think I take Councillor
The
Perruzza's
duplication,
point.
like, I understand what he's trying to do, but doesn't he see this motion is creating some unnecessary duplication?
I don't think that that's what his motion is doing.
If I can
Holiday?
respond, like, my
Yeah.
gosh, no, you know, like, I just want the grass cut, that's the answer. But it's pretty open-ended for the executive director of MLS to figure this out. And, you know, my gosh, I don't necessarily mean you create 2 service tickets every time it's a city property. The intent of that component of the motion is, you know, do we have a process inside to escalate it when things transgress a bylaw? Like, there's service issues, and then there's like really more serious ones when it comes to not meeting our property standards. I don't know what that mechanism is. Maybe it's an email to the general manager, I don't know.
Okay, thank
But
you.
I'll let them figure it out, and I'll let them use their wisdom to not duplicate services. But I appreciate the counselor's point, and certainly not my intention.
Thank you. Counselor Lai to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to support Deputy Mayor Holliday's motion 200%. I have the same problem and same issue in my ward, and people are saying the same thing as Deputy Mayor was saying. You know, the city should be walking their talk. And my staff was telling me that this happens almost every year. They just have a different reason. I mean, with all due respect to city staff, I think something needs to be done on this one. Either we need to have a, to have a more accountability request for our contractors, or we may have to allocate more budget if it's too, overdaunting for the grass to be cut in a timely manner. It's very important that we walk the talk. And in my area, I actually went by the boulevard, and I was so shameful to see my city. The curb appeal was so bad, and I know that there's a lot of other councillors having the same issue. And I just want to thank Deputy Mayor Holliday by putting forward this motion, and I fully support that. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the motion by Counselor Holliday, on favor? Show of hands carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay, Counselor Mihevik, are we ready for you?
Yes, I understand we are.
Okay, first of all, do you have questions to staff? No? I can't hear you. No.
No, I do not.
Okay, does anybody have questions to staff on this item, PH 34.4? No? Okay, Councilor Mihevik to speak.
Yes, basically this is the issue before us. I'd ask that to put the motion up. Be helpful. People may have read about it, heard about it in the media. The Ontario Lines Osgood Station's main station entrance has some conflict with the existing Osgood Hall and Courthouse. And the request here basically is to encourage the parties, us as a city, and Metrolinx to try to find a solution that avoids damaging or using for too long as for staging purposes the site itself. We all know about that Courthouse is so important to our history as Torontonians. When I leave the current Osgood station and go through that gate with others, I regularly ask them a trivia question: is why do you think this gate is like this? And almost no one gets the answer. No one gets the answer. So you're going to ask, why is it? It's because of the cows. We don't want cows coming in and going onto the front lawn of Osgood Hall. Yeah, I don't know why they'd want to keep the cows away either. But anyway, it really, that in and of itself tells a great story. And of course, we want that preserved. And of course, we've all gone there. We were there as a family for my son's wedding and took pictures in front of there because it's just so drop dead gorgeous. So with the new station being placed there, we need to make sure that we work very closely with Metrolinx, exhorting to them the importance of that station and the heritage involved in the gates, in the land, in the green space, and so on. So what this motion tries to do is basically address that. I am aware that the mayor is actively engaged personally on this file, speaking with the Law Society, speaking with the court justices. I'm not sure their official titles, and with Metrolinx in meetings. And I think we as a council want to have his back on this and for our civic pride. So that's the motion. I'd ask you to support it. That's it for me, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief because my throat's not supporting me today. But I think you've heard me speak many times in this chamber about the MSF proposal for Thorncliffe Park. There's been speeches, motions, there's been petitions, huge petitions. And as we've learned just through the recent provincial election, it's extremely topical. And has not, it continues to be a priority for the residents in this area. And I support them fully. So my position has not changed on the location of the maintenance and storage facility in Thorncliffe Park. I continue to stand with the community, and this sprawling MSF facility is going to have a significant impact on this densely populated residential neighborhood. So, Madam Speaker, I've asked the clerk well in advance of this vote to pull out those properties associated with this because I would like to vote on those separately, please.
Okay, are there any further speakers on the item? Mayor Tory.
Well, just to say, Speaker, thank you, I support what Councillor Mihevc is doing here, and I know Councillor Layton is interested in this, as am I. And I have become involved just in the context of, making sure that as people make their plans, and look, again, it's one of those things where, just like a lot of other things, we're very anxious, all of us, to have the transit get built. And I am actually quite astonished at the fact that this is moving ahead so rapidly. When I say astonished, not in a negative way. I mean, that there actually is construction and activity taking place on all of these projects in a manner that is as fast as I think I've ever seen. I think the need for us to make sure, absolutely sure in this case where there's very clearly a very important heritage property that is involved, and it has nothing to do with its proximity to City Hall. It's just, it is one of the few and most remarkable of the heritage properties that are located right in the heart of downtown Toronto, that what is done in the end, whatever that may be, is done in as respectful a way as possible, and respecting as well the I'll call them the tenants, the occupants of that building, who are the court system and the judges, who often have more difficulty getting involved in these kinds of things that are, I'll call them small p political, and the Law Society, who can speak up better for themselves. They're advocates. But I think that what Councillor Mihevc here has done through these motions, which is to make sure we pursue as good an answer as we can get in terms of having a transit station in that precinct. There's going to be more than one on more than one of the corners, I suspect. At the same time, registering our real concern about the heritage and the protection of that heritage, and whatever solution is found is quite appropriate. And I have engaged myself now and had a very full sort of briefing on all the different implications of putting in the different stops at the different on the different corners and whatnot. And it's not simple. This entire project, and Councillor Perks and I were just having an interesting, very brief discussion about, because I had a chance to go see the Crosstown, and this is really quite equivalent to that project, the Crosstown line that's been built over many, many years in London. And they were building it through a much older city, obviously with a lot more complications, but nonetheless a fully developed downtown of a city. And to see what they went through there in terms of addressing all these kinds of issues was remarkable for me to see several years ago. But it's done. It's opening, I think, this year. So it proves that it can be done, and in a way that had to be respectful in that city of the heritage that they had. And I think we have the same obligation here to be respectful of the heritage and get it done in a way that respects that heritage as best we can. And I know that the Metrolinx people, recognizing they have to deal with the practical realities of how and where you can build this, are also mindful of our concern in that regard. And that's a concern that I think, without having talked to them yet, I will be. It's a concern shared by
It's a long story, but I think it might be my fault.
Of Osgoode Hall. So that's all I had to say, Speaker, and I'll be voting for those resolutions.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to support the amendments, but I wanted to issue a couple of comments. I'm glad we're not in a standoff with respect to this. I've had a similar experience out in Etobicoke in the West End. There is a very well-known woodlot at the corner of Kipling and Eglinton. And a lot of thought, and I mean a lot of thought, has gone into how the Eglinton West LRT extension is going to interact with that wood lot. Because people want transit, they want, they want to be able to move around the city, but there's also these really important gems that we've got. And the lesson I learned through that process was, a couple of things. I have deep respect for engineers, but they have a very wise approach to design. They try to replicate things for efficiency. And so stations are often, they use the word cookie cutter. It's a bit crude, but you get my drift that they try to standardize a station design. They try to standardize the way that the engineering works to get people up to the surface, and that keeps the cost down, and it keeps things manageable from a design perspective. Because you have everything custom, it's very, very difficult to manage the unfolding of a project, to manage changes throughout, and of course to manage costs. And I've also made comments, with respect to public transit infrastructure. Like, I'm okay with cinder blocks and a tin metal roof. Like, it needs to work. That's what's most important to me. But every now and then, there's some places that I think we should compel people to engage in design excellence. And it doesn't need its lavish materials or really expensive finishes or that kind of. It means more about really thinking through the constrained environment and understanding that once in a while you've got to stray away from the cookie cutter part. And so, I've actually paced out the corner, and I know it very well because when I take public transit to work here, I often walk through that path in front of Osgood. It's a really nice walk from the subway station and across, linking up to Nathan Phillips Square and into City Hall. And you can start to think about council as you walk in. And it is a nice space there, but it is the corner of the lot. And I think, can something be done? Well, let's make sure that all of the options are worked through and people understand, and we convey confidence to the public that at least people worked through all of these steps and had a commitment to design excellence. And so I think that's what this motion says. It's not ironclad committal. I think it's just compelling the designers of this line to really, this is the really important place in our city that we need people to take the extra steps and see if they can do better. I mean, I look forward to seeing how this unfolds with time, but I'm pleased that the issue has been identified and that, we're just not settling for plain old, that we are looking to see if we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Robinson has asked for a separate, so we'll vote on Councillor Mihevic's motion first. On favor of the motion by Councillor, recorded?
Record, please.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, may we have your vote, please? Councillor Mantis, can you please give us your vote verbally?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Motion 1A carries unanimously, 19 in favor.
Okay, so if we can separate the votes that Councillor. Oh, sorry, motion 1B. Councillor Mihevc, you want a recorded vote on this too? Okay, recorded vote.
We're in favor.
I told you I'd missed all those, missed all your.
Mayor Tory, may we have your vote, please?
That's the motion, right?
And Councillor Bradford, may we have your vote verbally, please?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Motion 1B carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll separate the recommendation for Councillor Robinson. Okay, yeah, so it's on the screen, the highlighted. Councillor Robinson wanted that to be voted on separately. So recorded vote.
Yeah, of course.
Part 1, as it relates to Thorncliffe, Overley, and Beth Nelson addresses, carries. The vote is 18-4.
Okay, the balance of the item as amended, on favor, carry. Our next item is PH 34.9 Toronto Rent Bank Grant Program. Councillor Holiday, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
I don't, but I do have a motion.
You have questions. Any members of council that have questions, if you can please put your name on the list. Councillor Buxton Potts, questions?
Thank you. Is the Housing Secretariat here?
Yes, Councillor, we are.
Through the chair to you. In the report, you indicate to speaking with residents of the grants or recipients of the grants and loan program in developing the recommendations, but I'm curious about what consultation was done with the neighborhood information post, the program operator.
Through the speaker, thank you, Councillor. So maybe I'll just start and then I'm going to invite the Director of Housing Stability Services, Doug Rollins, to jump in. So the consultation, the feedback generally that we received from people is they wanted to see expanded access to the program and improvements regarding loans, grants rather than loans. So we made a number of key changes on the back of consultations across the board, but I'll let Doug speak specifically to the engagement with the Neighbourhood Information Post.
Thank you for the question, and thanks, Abby. So we consult on a regular ongoing basis with the Neighbourhood Information Post, and during COVID, with some of the increases to eligibility criteria and clearly through the pilot, we were meeting with them on a monthly, if not weekly basis.
Thank you. And I know through COVID, the Rent Bank got a significant funding increase because of COVID enhancements that are not going forward, but that those expanded funding levels are going forward through the Provincial Homelessness Prevention Program, which was launched on April 1st, 2022. Do we have a sense of how long that program is intended to last?
Thank you for the question. So the homelessness prevention program consolidates 3 ongoing programs from the provincial government: Community Housing Prevention Initiative, the Homes for Good Initiative, and the Strong Communities Rent Supplement program. Those are all ongoing, basically permanent.
Great. So you don't have any fears that there's no threats to the long-term viability of the program?
No, these are all ongoing, long-established programs. The Strong Communities Rent Supplement Program is over 20 years old. The Community Housing Prevention Initiative Fund is probably 15 or more. And the Homes for Good program is the newest of them, but it is ongoing, and I think in year 5 or 6.
Thank you. And in the report, you indicate that loan repayments that were issued prior to the pilot will resume, but that there will be operational changes, such as approving the forgiveness of some of the unpaid loans, using criteria that's to be developed. When do you expect to have that sort of criteria put in place?
So with council's, subject to council's approval of this report, we will work with our partners at the Neighborhood Information Post to look at the best ways to operationalize this change. Again, we're trying to balance the commitment made by former households with the transition to a grant and providing a soft approach so that we don't disadvantage any households with repayment challenges. So there are a number of criteria that we are going to look at. Some of those will be current level of income, assess how much they owe versus how much they make, provide proof of debts, and a declaration form. And so those are the broad tenets, but we'll need to work with our partner in collaboration to make the changes that make operational sense and have the best impact for the tenants and recipients of the grant we're trying to help.
And currently, while those criteria are being developed, is Neighborhood Information Post asking people who were given loans prior to the pilot program to start repaying, or are they being told to hold off?
The pilot remains in place until such time as we provide direction on a change. So that'll take some time. I would imagine we'll be in a place, if all things go well, to move forward with the revised program, again, based on council's approval in the fall.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers now. Councillor Holiday, you held the item down.
Thanks. I have a brief motion.
Okay.
It is on the screen. Thank you. It's City Council directed the grant category benefits provided by the Toronto Rent Bank program be drawn exclusively from provincial funding. So if you look at the report, you find out there's 2 sources for revenue to fund the rent bank. There is components, about $1.5 million. That's the traditional rent bank program that had come from the city's revenues. And then there's the component that we just talked about. It's about $3 million, and that comes from the province through the homeless prevention programs. And this is I suppose, a very philosophical approach to this, in that, we had basically a property tax-driven program about providing supports to people when they need it, which is a loan, a rent loan. And that program had existed for some time. And things changed a little bit during COVID, and money was brought into that. And there's a talk about actually creating basically a cash grant. And I have concerns about sustaining that commitment if we're going to rely on the tax base going forward. So my suggestion is, that's great. Mr. Rollins talked about permanent funding, or as much as we can rely on permanent funding coming from the province. It's a substantive amount. And it's more appropriate, in my view, that we tie grants to people, so cash disbursements to people, to a funding source that is brought in from the province, which relies on a progressive tax system to create these disbursements, much in the same way that the province provides cash to provide social assistance disbursements for all sorts of other programs. So I feel strongly about the governance on where this money comes from, And I think these are philosophical questions about, what we do with tax money and how we disperse it in the city of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. 3 minutes
on a point of order.
clarification of the motion.
On a point of
Councillor
order,
Buxton
Speaker.
Potts.
On a point of order?
Oh, point of order?
Thank you. Speaker, I would ask you to consider whether this motion's in order, given that it would completely change the budget, which we have already approved.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So Councillor Buxton Potts, if you want to ask the question.
Yes, thank you. If we do reduce the city-funded portion of this, considering that the intent of the program was to expand these services, how is cutting it by 25% helpful to the people that are?
There's no cut in here. There's no reduction. It only says that the grants come from the provincial portion.
Oh, so you would keep the city's portion as a loan?
Yeah, I mean, by logic, that's right. The loan system could continue, but that would come out of the city's component of it, and that the grant component would come out of the provincial funding. They're two very different ways of providing a benefit to people, and I just think they're from two different revenue streams, and it ties back to that concept of going to the property tax base for a cash disbursement to individuals. It's a very tough thing to do, just based on the way that the system is set up. So, this program could expand and contract in time, who knows, right? We could increase the benefit because maybe we need it. But I think that should come from the inflow from the province, because their ability to raise taxes is a completely different thing than what we've got.
I'm wondering if you've spoken to staff about what the cost of administrating those two different streams would be.
I mean, no, I didn't get into that depth with staff. I know I've exchanged some questions with them that were very helpful, but I do know that we had that rent bank program up until now, and I think this is just a different way of providing benefits. I mean, that's the report that's before us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mihevik, you have a question.
Yes, thank you. I am imagining that you're doing this for budget-saving purposes. I'm also imagining and would be quite certain that this will have a negative impact on folks who are having difficulty making ends meet, and therefore that there would be a corresponding increase in the homeless population of Toronto.
I'm not proposing any change to the
My
budget.
question is, are you also willing then to increase the budget of SSHA to account for the loss of housing that will occur for many a resident who can't afford and really has relied on that rent bank?
So I see zero financial impact to the city of Toronto in this proposal. Save in effect, maybe some sundry processing costs alluded to by the previous councillor's questions, but I'm not proposing to reduce the budget line item from the city of Toronto in this program. And I'm not proposing that there's a change to the component that comes from the provincial funding. All I'm proposing is that there's a logical way that each of those two funding streams are dispersed to people, and they would be different because the funding sources are different. So I'm not really sure how you could assert that there would be a change in homelessness in Toronto, because that money would still go out the door to people that need it.
But at the end of the day, the city will, the residents that use the program will lose the benefit of being able to access the rent bank on the grant portion of.
Well, I mean, that's a discussion to have with the province, right? If there's a desire for more grants, then the funding stream needs to be bigger.
Okay, but.
Right, and I don't think it's a bad program, and I also get the basic logic of, hey, who would want to take a loan when you can get a grant? I understand that. But I think, there's still a possibility to provide loans to people. And I still think there's a possibility to provide grants to people.
So you are
And
cutting
that
an
it's not a
option.
bad program.
You are cutting an option, and you do not have a downstream assessment of what, or belief, you do not believe that it will have any downstream impacts for, which to me is a bit incredulous, but.
Well, I think all of the same amount of money still goes out the door. I think what we're talking about is that there would still be some people that would still access a loan, which seemed to be a pretty successful program up until now. And I get the idea that people want to convert it into a grant, and I get the savings from that. I get it. but I think there's still an ability to coexist with two streams. And I think it's very, very philosophical about where the money comes from and our ability to raise property taxes to pay for a social benefit such as this, which is a disbursement.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Carroll, you have a question, 3 minutes.
Yes, I just, a question arose for me. So what I heard you clarify for Councillor Mihevc is that if we run short, we simply contact the province. Are you not a little concerned, though? The Housing Secretariat has, perhaps more responsiveness from the city manager's office and council if we are in a crisis, if we're in a sudden situation, such as we were at the outset of the onset of the pandemic. In those cases, those funds from the province might not be forthcoming for a few months, and during that time we would be unable to accommodate with the rent bank and under your direction of your motion, and just during those months we would end up driving people into homelessness. Would you not agree that while the intent of your motion is sound in an ongoing way, there needs to be room in an emergency that we may have to fill that gap ourselves?
Hey, I understand that there may be cash flow issues with administering these type of programs. I'm confident the public service can deal with those types of things, but I would say this to your question about, do we go to the province? I mean, I think the bigger question is if somebody is in dire financial need, they've run out of money, is that the job of the property taxpayer to solve, or is that the job of orders of government such as the province and the federal government to deal with the needs of human beings and provide social assistance? And I would argue it's the role of the latter to deal with these big questions. I don't disagree that there's people out there that need money and they need it badly, but I think it's a very tough job for the city to try to fill those gaps. And so, I'm glad that the province provides the $3 million. In fact, there's probably need for more, but it's up to them to step up to the plate and do that.
Yeah.
And, all I'm suggesting here is philosophically, if you're going to cut a check to someone and say, you don't have to pay it back, we get because you need it, that should be a flow through from the province as opposed to the property taxpayer, because our ability to raise money is completely different.
100% agree with you and always have on that. Wealth redistribution should come from taxes based on wealth.
Correct.
Always agree with that. I look forward to your support when we try to introduce revenue tools that would make that possible. But I think you clarified for me in your answer that, in a crisis, you're still giving public service some discretion.
Well, in so much that they've got a budget to deal with.
Yeah.
And I think as long as the money philosophically is coming from the provincial stream, and
right,
if they got to figure things out on how to deal with cash flow. I mean, I'm confident they can deal with that.
Right.
But,
okay. That clarifies it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wish we could simplify this as Councillor Holyday was trying to do and say this is, it should be the responsibility of the province, which I wholeheartedly agree. They should be doing more. They should be giving us more funding for programs like this. But the reality is if we don't ensure that we stop people from falling into homeless, it ends up in our steps. It ends up being the taxpayer that is going to pay for it anyways, and in a much more expensive way. When we talk about our shelter system and homelessness, we need to deal with it with housing, but there's two ways. Getting people out of the shelter system to make sure we build housing, we have people placed into housing, but there's actually the proactive actions, which is what this program does, that is preventing people from falling into homelessness. So, and again, this is the humane way to do it, and it's economically for us, and if Councillor Holyday is concerned about, the taxpayer, this is the most humane and economic way to do it, much better than having what we have right now, $6,000 in a shelter over the costs that we have with these programs. So I really hope that we can continue to support the program as is. As we know, there's a lot of pressure right now You know, people were already having issues with housing. Inflation is skyrocketing. You know, the pressure on people that were on the verge of becoming homelessness is that much greater. So I really ask that you support the program as is, that you support what staff have been doing, and we move forward of this program and do not support the motion put forward by Councillor Holiday. I think we need to give the flexibility to do as much as possible so staff have the tools to have people, to prevent people from falling into homelessness.
Thank you, Councillor Bailão. The next speaker is Councillor Fletcher. Oh, no, Councillor Fletcher has dropped off the list. Councillor Buxton Potts.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I do have a motion on the item. Is that ready? Thank you. So this motion is simply asking that City Council authorize that the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat, through this conversion into a grant program, not collect any of the loans that were initiated before the pilot program until we have clear direction from staff about what the parameters for that loan repayment will be. I've had lots of conversations with the operator, Neighborhood Information Post. They're a wonderful Ward 13 operator, and they have indicated to me that there's some concern and confusion from their clients who were given loans before the pilot program, that they are now in this position where they're sort of being asked to repay if they can and if they can't. So I want to just provide really clear direction to Neighborhood Information Post that until we have strong guidelines from city staff on what the criteria for loan repayment would be, that we don't ask anyone to start repaying that loan yet. I do just want to address this pilot program was initiated because people could not afford to repay the loans. And I just really want to echo what Deputy Mayor Bailão said. Keeping people from experiencing homeless is a much more economical way of dealing with the housing crisis. If they lose their housing, and we're talking about a 1-month rent program, these are people in crisis moments, keeping them in their homes keeps them out of our shelters and keeps them out of our parks, which I think we all agree is what we are trying to achieve here. We are already filling the gaps that were identified by my colleague. And so what is our responsibility? Keeping people housed. And I just really want to thank staff and the Neighborhood Information Post for providing this incredible service. I know, and I've heard from countless of our residents in Ward 13, that this grant program through the pilot saved them through the pandemic, and I hope that we can continue to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Buxton Potts. I see no further speakers. The mayor wished to go last on this item. Mayor Tory.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I really don't need to repeat the remarks just made by Councillor Buxton Potts, and I'm just trying to think who spoke immediately before her, but I just want to associate myself with their remarks. You know, this is a program, looking at it from a practical standpoint, in terms of what would happen, I think if we sort of said, well, we're going to use your money to the province and not use ours, the likelihood of them standing in for all of this when it has been a cost-shared program is about, well, I was just talking to Luke Robertson about it, and he aptly put it, less than zero. And so I just think that's unwise for us, where we've had a history of having this cost-shared. We are the minority partners, as it were, and so that's good in the sense that we have the provincial support for a program that works. But the second reason, which is both a practical and I suppose a moral reason, is, as Councillor Buxton Potts just put it so well, I mean, this is a program that stops people from becoming homeless, you know, whether temporarily or permanently, but it doesn't have them join the ranks of those we then have to shelter in other ways, whether it's through the shelter system or through a hotel room or through, you know, other means. And so I think these kinds of programs are actually cost effective. They are certainly morally right in the context of us trying to do everything we can in a reasonable manner to prevent people from experiencing homelessness. And we have a partner in the province, which is I'll call it the majority partner in this. And so to me, this is a sort of solution in search of a problem in the context of a program that is actually, to the extent that it helps, and I realize it's one of the small pieces of the puzzle, the many pieces of the puzzle we have to try and deal with the problem of those experiencing homelessness, but it is one that works. And I just think we should, leave, as Councillor Buxton Potts put it so well, leave the program as it is. And I think it was you, Councillor Carroll, that also said that. So, I wasn't privy to this motion before Deputy Mayor Holliday moved it, but I don't think it's one that should be supported by Council for the reasons I've given. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the motion by Councillor Holliday. Recorded vote.
Recorded.
Yes, that's what I said, Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, I didn't hear that, sorry.
Okay.
Members, if you're present and voting, can you please ensure that your cameras are on? Thank you. Motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 3 to 18.
Okay. Okay, a motion by Councillor Buxton Potts. Did you want a recorded vote on that one? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, Mayor Tory, may we have your votes, please? Motion 2 carries. The vote is 20 to 1.
Okay, on the item as amended. Recorded? Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, may we have your vote, please? The item as amended carries. Vote is 19-2.
Thank you. Okay, members, if you recall, this morning, we held down item EX 33.1 Metrolinx Transit Expansion Projects. I did indicate that there was a supplementary report that was just made public late yesterday. So we have the copy of the supplementary report. So do we have questions to staff? Did everybody get the supplementary report? Yeah. Any questions to staff? Okay, I have a question to staff. Okay, we have staff. I just want to just ask the question in the recommendation that the mayor brought forward at executive committee, 49 and 50. Do we have staff here? Is Derek here? Yeah. Derek.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. So on these two, because as you know, I had a number of deputants from my ward that made deputations. So the two recommendations that the mayor moved, which I support, going forward for our next steps is that would you I think the recommendation would be that we meet with the community and Metrolinx to work out, to discuss the issues that the community has and move forward on any compromise.
So to you, Madam Speaker, that's correct. We have, based on the motion that was put forward, we have conferred with Metrolinx and have advised them that there is this need for much more consultation with the local community through your office. So they have indicated that that's exactly what they're going to be doing.
Okay, so we should then, through my office, organize a community meeting where we invite the community and yourself and Metrolinx.
Yes.
And not in the park. We will have a community meeting where people can actually visually see what Metrolinx is proposing, correct?
That's correct, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Mayor Tory, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I had a question of staff, which is, can I assume that the executive committee, having taken the step of removing what was in the recommendations in this report, a request for an exemption from the fair wage policy, that exemption recommendation having been removed, that will have the effect of saying that with respect to these projects and any of the things contemplated by this report, the Toronto fair wage policy will be in effect?
So through you, Madam Speaker, to the mayor, as far as we're concerned, we have communicated to Metrolinx that we expect that the fair wage policy be in effect, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I mean, yes, yes. So
Yes.
I'm just, I think your answer was a yes, but I just want to make it very clear because
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I was seeking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have questions?
Oh, yes, I just wanted to ask Mr. Toigo, you've been to so many Metrolinx meetings, have you not, with the community? You've seen quite a few.
Through the speaker, yes, I have.
And how often has Metrolinx changed its position on a significant project that they have undertaken and announced?
Through the speaker to yourself, Councillor, I think you're well aware of it as well as other councillors that it's very difficult for them to move off of their position.
So they generally don't, do they?
Rarely. Yes, you are correct.
Can you tell me once when they've done that, please?
Well, I mean, to give you an example, just as the speaker was mentioning, they have indicated the need for more consultation on the elevated guideway portion to see if there's alternatives for that one, as well as they've indicated on Osgood Hall Station kind of a desire to kind of get into further discussions with the city on what the potential options are for that Osgood Station location. But it's not a
Right.
firm change, if
That's
that's
not a
what you're
firm
asking.
change. And so the guideway, what are the chances of them removing the guideway and putting that underground? Your opinion, without some direct orders from
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, slim.
Slim.
I would
without
say
direct intervention from somebody at the province.
that's correct, Councillor.
So, okay, thank you.
Councillor Holiday, questions?
I did. It's because it's just complicated. I wondered if I could get an answer just about the fair wage policy component. The city's expectation isn't that Metrolinx obey the city's fair wage policy for all of the works it's undertaking. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct. It is only the additional infrastructure work that the city would be requesting Metrolinx perform for us.
Okay, so if we wanted to add something on to the work that they're already doing, add a sewer pipe or something because they got a trench dug, is that conceptually what we're talking about, additional work?
Through the speaker, that is correct, Councillor, or Deputy Mayor.
Okay, and so do we know, has there been any analysis, does the application of the city's fair wage policy drive up the costs?
Through you, Madam Speaker, perhaps maybe the Fair Wage Office can respond to if there is a cost differential. I can't tell you if there is a cost difference.
Maybe, let's just try this question, maybe it's easy. We don't have to get into the weeds of it, but the concept though would be if the city asked Metrolinx to do something for it because there was an efficiency because of the work taking place, Metrolinx would bill the city back, right?
Through the speaker, that is correct.
Okay, and so the application of the city's fair wage policy would affect the cost of delivering those works. So the city ultimately pays it, maybe.
Through the speaker to the deputy mayor, yes, you are correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand it because it's very complicated. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, to speak, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I have a motion, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Quite lengthy, because this motion really has to do with all the business disruption. And I think Councillor Cole, you're going to be very happy. You're my inspiration for this. Really and truly looking at the implementation of a whole number of motions that were made earlier in 2021, and to be watching very carefully through the transportation pieces that it's done properly, for Metrolinx to live up to its promises, and for us to make sure that process is in place, that the community has input and regular meetings. So it's a very comprehensive motion. I'm sorry that I have to do this, but the local BIAs went on a walk with Metrolinx, and at that point, they were just completely shocked at what the impacts are going to be on the local business community. Again, one of the reasons why the request has been reiterated over and over and over again to underground this section rather than overground it with the appending just chaos that's going to result. The businesses that are not going to be able to operate, that are right beside the station location, the impact on the women's housing run by the Catholic Church, and this has nothing to do with the parks or the trees, it just has to do with people surviving after COVID. So this is the best that we can do, and it is quite prescriptive. The BIA office and the General Manager of Economic Development is going to be very busy ensuring that this is done to the letter. And if anything, what I've learned from councillors on Eglinton is all of this has to be laid out ahead of time, agreed to ahead of time, and held to account. That is hard to do, but we do have all the permits. We have all the requirements to give them road occupation, all kinds of occupations. So based on the permissions that Metrolinx is requiring, their requirement is to live up to the strictest conditions possible for limiting the community impact and especially the business impact of their decision to run 2 kilometers above ground and have stations above ground. This is Queen Street East in Leslieville, Riverside and Leslieville. Very strong part of our business community in the East End and on Queen Street. And they are really, really, really worried. I'm passing that along to all of you, and particularly all of you who sit on the Economic Development, Community Development Committee. I will have this sent over to you as well. We will be watching as soon as this starts, which is now delayed, by the way, from August to next year, sometime in 2023. But that makes it hard to plan, but this gives us a better chance to put this in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coles to speak.
Yes, I want to commend Councillor Fletcher for being very dedicated to this issue of trying to basically protect the community and the small business owners, the people who live on the street itself or live in the adjoining neighborhoods, because if you don't do this now, again, the pain and suffering and the disruption will be just overwhelming, and it will overwhelm what is an obvious important transit investment. And it's commendable to have this kind of investment in transit in Toronto, and I think even the mayor has said, when we do these major projects that are in the billions of dollars, if you can put a bit of money aside to help the community and small business, it's a rounding error for them. We're talking less than 1% of the cost of multi-billion-dollar projects. And so therefore, it's important to put these specific, very clear rules in place so that when the construction starts, there are guidelines for Metrolinx and all their subcontractors that our city officials can hold to account. Because it is an ongoing job. You know, you could, as a councillor on Eglinton, you could work full-time just on the related impacts of construction. You know, and like, I'll give you one example, Councillor Perruzza, I don't know if you experienced this in the Finch LRT, but when you start tunneling and digging for these major transit projects, what happens? The rats all come to the surface. The rat size of cats and dogs. And then, and you try, and so what happens is, city, we call public health, we call bylaw, etc. And then the onus is on the property owners or business owners to deal with the rats. So they come in, they'll give them those black boxes, you know, etc., which don't work, but because there's just so many that come out of the deep underground of Toronto because of the deep tunneling and disruption. So in fact, I think just Councillor Matlow and myself just wrote another letter to Public Health and to Metrolinx and everybody, asking that there be a comprehensive city-run program to deal with the rats that are on Eglinton. Because they've asked the individual owners who are struggling, so there's the owner who is, can't have people parking, the people avoid the area. And so they say to the owner, oh yeah, by the way, you're gonna have to take care of the rodent problem. Well, they don't have the money to do that. So these are like everyday problems, not to mention the noise, sometimes there'll be a a flow of sludge all over the street because the construction is quite complicated. And it's not as if the Metrolinx operators and subcontractors aren't experts. I mean, they're some of the finest engineers, and the project they're doing on Eglinton is fantastic, but there is disruption. And it's prolonged disruption. This doesn't happen over 6 months or 3 months. Again, up in Eglinton, we've been at this for 10 years now. 10 years. And so there has to be a plan, and Councillor Fletcher is trying to address that in advance, and it's got to be tight, and it's got to be bulletproof as much as possible in order to basically ensure that there isn't permanent damage done because of this project. And I think if Metrolinx is given that warning way in advance, that there are going to be rules and there's going to be ways of trying to mitigate these problems that will occur. And again, this is the right way to go. Hopefully we've learned our lesson from what's happened on Eglinton, and we're finally going to hopefully open the project. It was 2020, then they said, oh, 2021, oh, 2022, now it's 2023.
5 seconds.
I hope they don't say 2024. But anyways, so I urge everyone to support Councillor Fletcher and her excellent work in trying to protect people there in Leslieville.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion by Councillor Fletcher. Before I speak to that, though, I just want to take a moment to thank Mr. Toigo and his team. I think that they are doing an amazing job in terms of, Speaker, I think it's a little bit loud in here. Do you not think?
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor Thompson is speaking. Well, you don't have to describe when somebody's speaking.
Thank you, Speaker.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Now, where was I?
I don't know.
No, I've got it. Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to thank Mr. Toigo and his team. They do really excellent work, and they help us to have a clearer understanding as to the the Metrolinx projects and the TTC projects and so on and so forth. So I just wanted to put that on the table. I too also want to thank the Metrolinx folks on the work that's being done. And in as much as I thank them, there are challenges with respect to the impact on the work that they're doing and the facilitation that's actually taking place in order to respond and build transit and very proactively in an accelerated way. In this very chamber, I know I and others have moved motions to try to get Metrolinx to understand the challenges that are being faced by the local community, local businesses, and so on. And obviously, we haven't been able to get that and those concerns to a position where we're able to fully, be of the view that it's going to be done without additional comments and so on, and or in this case, as motions are being put forward. I can describe the crosstown impact on our businesses in Scarborough Centre and the adjacent ward, which is Councillor Crawford's ward, where we had tremendous impact as a result of the Metrolinx crosstown work on our businesses. I can recall us going to early morning meeting at Centennial College at the college to meet with business owners and Metrolinx staff and so on. In fact, Metrolinx actually hired one of our economic development staff that had left the city, George Spezza, to help them in terms of facilitation and to work with the businesses because of the very impact that the work that they were doing on the crosstown, which is needed work that we want to encourage, and we have been calling for better transit and so on. So we know that there are impacts and so on. So it's a balance in terms of how we obviously encourage this work and the impact that takes place on our businesses, because we do have to work hard to protect them and so on. Our economic development staff, led by the interim general manager, Ms. Blackman, and others, have been working really hard as well, trying to address these issues with Metrolinx. And I must say, though, that Metrolinx had been, as part of my experience with them, being really responsive and trying, but in fact, they hadn't allocated the appropriate resources at the outset in order to ensure that the impacts could be mitigated and or assistance could be offered to the businesses that are impacted. And these are very businesses that are providing services to our community. If people are avoiding going there because of the construction, the businesses are suffering, and at the same time, they have to pay their lease payments, they have to pay their taxes, they have to make all those payments at the same time, being impacted in a negative way with respect to their cash flows and balances and so on. And so I think it's really important to ensure that at the outset, at the start, that we actually have in place agreements and understanding and highlighting to Metrolinx, the concerns that we have on behalf of our businesses and our residents on the impact of the needed work that we want and the accelerated transit development and build-out that we want to take place. But there are impacts, and we have to plan together collectively in order to address those particular impacts. And I think that this is the appropriate way for us to go. That's the direction that we need to have put in place in order to, come to resolutions, to come to understanding. So at the outset, full communication plan, full understanding in terms of what's going to be open, how it's going to be open. This is the way to go, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I had a brief motion. It's a report request. Get it displayed.
Have Councillor Holiday's motion. There it is.
It's just that if any additional costs or savings are related to the city's fair wage policy are identified in the future, that they'd be put onto reports to City Council. So I think this is a really interesting public policy discussion. Look, I've been a critic of the fair wage policy and the cost that it results to us. But I also understand what council's will is on this. And, I'd love to move a motion that says, to exempt Metrolinx, but I don't think it would pass. Because I know that the city council's committed to this, and that's been tested a number of times in the chamber. But what I do see is maybe a future of more and more intergovernmental agency cooperation on delivering big projects. This just happens to be one. And I don't even know that there's even a single instance where we may work together with Metrolinx on it. But it's an interesting idea, and it could happen again in the future. I would be interested in knowing that if there is any impact, because the report from the staff indicate that the province is bound to a number of their own agreements and standards with respect to how they pay people. So maybe it's a wash, but this is just a simple request that, if there is a deviation in that it be brought to council's attention so that we understand the implication of this particular policy. And it's only if a report is coming to council with respect to approving a major work in conjunction with one of these projects that it be highlighted. And it could be a cost, it might be a savings, I don't know. We'll see what it says. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll just speak briefly, and I want to thank the mayor for moving those two motions at executive committee. As I mentioned, I had my community out making a deputation. And as you remember, there was a motion that I moved through council last month on asking that the city of Metrolinx, that we work with Metrolinx on behalf of the community to try to address some of the issues that they have. So, and this motion that the mayor brought forward gives us an opportunity to actually sit down with the community, because what's happened is that we've had a walk through to Eglinton Flats, and some of the questions that was asked by the community, unfortunately, were not satisfied on the answers from Metrolinx, and the community needs to see visually on exactly what the plan is. because there is, as you know, there is communication going out there in the community to stop the trains from going through our parks. And as you know, Eglinton Flats is all green space, and that's the concern that the community has. So I'm looking forward to the community meeting and to address and to work with Metrolinx, and hopefully we can come up with a compromise. Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, while I recognize that this item is specifically on future transit expansion by Metrolinx, I'm not going to support it. I will support Councillor Fletcher's request because I believe that it's very thoughtful and proactive and important to retain any leverage possible to address the challenges that we are facing in our community today along Eglinton. And I recognize that this is going to move forward today, but I want to make at least an effort to use this moment with my vote and my voice to express considerable frustration and anger about how Metrolinx and Crosslinx is treating our neighborhoods. Let alone the impact that they've had on our small businesses along Eglinton, where there was never a proactive plan to ensure that so many of these businesses could survive. That, in fact, many businesses, the first time that they ever had any real government funding support when they were taking on the burden for the greater public good was during COVID, due to the COVID-related programs. They had to make sacrifices for all of us with respect to public health. These businesses have made sacrifices for all of us for the greater public good to improve transit. Yet they did not receive the supports that they needed for many of them to survive, and many others still struggle. And for businesses and residents alike, they've been treated like collateral damage by Metrolinx and Crosslinx. They're in the way, they're in the construction zone, rather than this being people's main streets and neighborhoods. And what we're dealing with right now in Cedarvale, in particular, is, and I say this without exaggeration, the lineup of cars every day trying to get to the Allen through the neighborhood to avoid Bathurst and Eglinton is blocks and blocks and blocks long. Like, it's dramatic. The impact on people's lives there is real and daily and always. And there are thoughtful, critical things that Metrolinx and Crosslinx could do that they're not doing fast enough. I'll give you one example. If they would get their crap off the road that they're storing at the left turn lane at Bathurst and Eglinton, if they'd move it, they got stuff there. If they'd move it, they could open up a lane for drivers to turn left onto Eglinton toward the Allen or anywhere else they're going, and not have to rely on going through the neighborhood because it's restricted now. You can't turn left now. Just basic things that they could do. And I want to acknowledge we've got amazing transportation staff like Terry Francoeur and others who are pushing and using every limited leverage that we have to convince them, compel them, encourage them, push them to do the right thing. I went by there the other day. There's no work even being done on that site. They should be preparing it to be open. These little things are the big things. What we want to see is that left turn lane opened up, drivers being able to turn left onto Eglinton. We want to see Metrolinx or Crosslinx pay for flaggers to ensure that the intersections where the residential streets meet Eglinton are safe and functional. And it's not like it's going to be forever. We're talking about weeks or months until they're off the road, but just to make sure that people can get around safely and functionally. And they're not doing that either. Basic things, basic things. So I say this all to say that I know that this item isn't about that, but I am using this opportunity to make a point, which is that I'm not going to support any more asks of Metrolinx until they do the basics with the projects that they're working on today. And I want to reiterate my support for Councillor Fletcher, because she's seen what's happened in Eglinton and she's worried for her community about what they're going to have to deal with. Transit's the dream, but the construction's the nightmare. And Metrolinx and Crosslinx have spent most of the time fighting with each other, not doing things well, and not caring enough about the residents and businesses. That's not good enough. They shouldn't be collateral damage. They should be part of the plan baked in from day one.
5
I
seconds.
support the Ontario. But Thorncliffe Park, Leslieville, all these communities should not be collateral damage. They should be supported through the plan, not left out.
Thank you. Okay, last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I rise to speak in support of the report and the recommendations and the motions. I'm happy to support, in light of the earlier discussion, Councillor Deputy Mayor Holliday's motion, because I think it's fair enough that we should sort of see what the impact is to the extent it will be measurable and reportable to us. I just want to go back for a moment through you, Speaker, to the comments of Councillor Matlow just made. I think he's right in the sense that I think the history has been, and it's a history that comes up to today, where I would say there has been modest improvement, but only modest, in respect of, and I had a discussion with some Metrolinx officials about this the other day, our standards of consultation, because we're local, I guess, and because we live and breathe and experience the impacts of all these things at a very granular level every single day of these construction projects, is different than theirs. They're not accustomed to having the kind of very, very granular, very detailed, consultation that we have, and being accountable for things that go on as a result of. And I think Councillor Matlow put it very well when he talked about transit is the dream and the construction is the nightmare. And you know what? Nothing is going to change that. I mean, the construction is always going to be a nightmare, and I hate to say this, be the bearer of bad news, but further nightmares to come. And I guess, because we're building $28 billion worth of transit, that is the dream. And it's not a dream, it's a reality. But the other reality is going to be that it's going to be even more difficult, if that's possible, than in some respects, than was the case with Eglinton. But we can do better. We can do better. And I'm very familiar with what he described, to Councillor Matlow did, with respect to Bathurst and Eglinton. And I'd be willing to bet. You can't guarantee, because there always is some reason why they're doing what they're doing with storing their stuff, as Councillor Matlow put it. There's always some reason. But having said that, I would be willing to bet they could do better. And I think there's a history of examples that go all the way through for years and years of construction. And I will simply say, further to the comments and I guess the premonitions of Councillor Fletcher, we have to do better on this round. I told a group of people yesterday that the intersection of Queen and Yonge was going to be closed. I think it's for 4 years. They couldn't believe what I was telling them. They couldn't believe that I was telling them, because they would normally think you wouldn't want to be the bearer of bad news. But I was just saying, look, I mean, in order to construct that station, which is a wonderful thing, that we're going to have 2 transit lines cross there, subway lines, at last, Yonge line and the new Ontario line. It's just the reality of building transit like that in an established, well-built-out city, that's the kind of thing that we have to do. But it's a nightmare. Even that one intersection, and of course, this is pages of the same stuff that are in this very report. So I think that we've got to work with Metrolinx, and I guess I would only say this to Councillor Matlow through you, Speaker, which is that I think by not supporting this report, you're not teaching them a lesson. Like, we've got to sort of help to teach them, I guess, of how we consult and how we do things, that we try to be considerate, and we're not perfect. This is about these projects going forward, and the authorizations and supports we have to give them in order to get those lines built. And so I'll be voting for it, because it's not about past history. It's about going forward and trying to do the best we can to work with them and to authorize things that need to be done to get this transit built. With respect to the matter of, I'm happy that we were able to move the recommendations as regard the Mount Dennis area and try to see if we can get some further cooperation in that regard, because the elevated section shouldn't and doesn't need to run through a park. And so I think we can work on those things by having registered those, and register one more time about the underground. The last thing I want to speak to is just the fair wage policy. This was an important initiative undertaken by this council in a previous era, before I was here. But it's an important policy that establishes a basic principle that I think we as a council have continued to believe about being fair to the people who do work for us and ensuring those people receive a fair wage. I should say, in regard to some of the comments and perhaps concerns of Deputy Mayor Holliday, that the majority of this work falls under collective agreements anyway that we're party to, so the majority of work done for the city would have paid the fair wage in any event, number one. Number two, the province itself has a fair wage policy. It's not exactly the same as ours, so that the instances in which there will be differences of savings or, as you say, additional costs is I think, going to be quite limited, but that they have a policy. So it's not as if they don't have one and we do. They have one. And finally, I think that the overriding principle here that we accomplished by withdrawing this request that came through for an exemption to the fair wage policy maintained the integrity of the policy. And I want to say I, for one, as the mayor, of this city, and I think I speak for the majority of council in saying that the integrity of that policy is extremely important in terms of some basic principles that we establish as to how people who do work for us should ensure that the people who do work for them are treated, their employees. And so I think that's a very important principle, and it was important that we maintain the integrity of that policy, which by not having an exemption, we have done in one more small way. Those are my comments. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can put the motion on the screen by Councillor Fletcher. On favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, can you enter your vote, please? Motion 1 carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, on the other motion by Councillor Holyday, on favor.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote. Motion by Councillor Holyday, it's on the screen.
Councillor Perruzza, may we have your vote, please? Motion 2 carries. The vote is 15 to 8.
Item is amended. On favor? You want a recorded on item as amended? Councillor Cole? Yes, okay. Item is amended. I don't think.
Councillor Bradford, may we have your vote, please? Councillor Bradford, may we please have your vote? Councillor Bradford, may we have your vote, please?
Councillor Bradford.
Maybe he's having trouble.
The item as amended carries. The vote is 22-1.
Okay, we have two members' motion we want to introduce before lunch. Councillor Buxton Potts.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a Section 37 release just to finalize some construction for the Cloud Gardens at Yonge Street and Bay Street. It's urgent because the prices are going up, as we all know. Thanks so much.
In favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a reopening item of a notice of motion from the last council meeting about Section 37 funds. I think that's what it is. Yeah, for 556 Bathurst Street. Great, thank you.
On favor, show of hands, carried. Quick releases. We have time for quick releases. Councillor Thompson.
I think they're ready, Speaker. Speaker, thank you. The two items being held by Councillor Crawford, but they're being held on my behalf since I was not here yesterday.
Which item?
CC 4515, 1900 Eglinton Avenue East, official.
Okay. Councillor Perruzza, I'm finding it very difficult. I know. Just please, we got a few more minutes. Okay, sorry.
Speaker, you want everybody there. And
Yeah, when is that going to happen?
there's
When is everybody coming back? We'd all be
Speaker's
in one
having trouble
place.
with the members that are up there.
Well, we're not having problems. It's just that Councillor Perruzza likes to talk.
Oh.
So you are.
Okay, let's move on. CC 4515.
Yes, Speaker, which is the official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, request for direction, and there's a supplementary report. I'd like to ask that we adopt the recommendations that are in that supplementary report, which is 45A, CC 4515A. Yes.
Right, okay, so Councillor Thompson is releasing CC 4515, 1900 Eglinton Avenue East, and as well the supplementary report. On favor?
Thank you, Speaker.
Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, and the other one is CC 4517?
Yes, Speaker, you're reading my mind. Yes, 1966 to 2050 Eglinton Avenue East and 50 Thermos Road. Like to move the supplementary report, which is 4517A. And to finally say, Speaker, I'd like to thank some amazing people who worked on this, but just two of them specifically, Ms. Amanda Hill and Emily Caldwell, and all the teams that have worked with them on these specific items that we're approving now. Thank you.
Okay, so on CC 4517, Councillor Thompson is moving the supplementary report. On favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you, Speaker. TE 433.46, mid-block pedestrian signals, 1050 to 1060 Eastern Avenue. I'll release that. Thank you.
Okay, on T 3346, Councillor Fletcher is releasing, on favor, carried. Recess to 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, members of council, this meeting is now resumed. Members, please join me. If I can have the attention of all the members, please join me in a moment of silence. And remember Bruce Bingham Alexander. Thank you. Members, are there any release of holds? Councillor Fletcher. Okay. Oh, okay, too. Councillor Bailao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. PH 34.14, 15, 16, and 17, it's all the signs. In speaking with my colleagues, we would like to request a deferral of these items for next month, so they cannot be discussed all together, as one of them requires a report that we're asking.
Okay, so the motion is on the screen. 14, 15, oh, we're going to do them separately? Okay, on number 14, on favor, carried. On PH 3415, on favor, carried. PH 3415, on favor, carried. PH 3416. It's on the screen. On favor. Okay, on favor, carried. Pardon? Okay, Councillor Carroll wants to hold that one just for a couple minutes. PH 3417. It's on the screen. On favor, carried. Okay, so we'll just hold that down for a couple minutes, and Councillor Carroll. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your indulgence, I can release TE 33.33. That's a corridor safety review. I have a motion that is with the clerks. If we could just put that and move that together. This worked on this jointly with Councillor Crawford, and appreciate his help in this section of Queen Street where we kind of share the boundary there, and just introducing a number of measures to make the street safer there in light of some of the challenges we have. And thanks very much, staff, for all of your help in moving this forward and getting it done.
Okay, so on TE 3313 corridor safety review, Councillor Bradford has a motion. It's here without recommendation. On the motion, on favor, carried. Thank you. Okay. So now we will do the member motion run through, and then following that, our next item after the run through would be audit items AU 12.1, AU 12.2, and I anticipate that there will be a request to meet in closed session on the audit items, so I propose that council consider any closed sessions at this time. I believe, though, to the clerk, is Councillor Peruzza's item DM 45.1 to go in camera as well, correct? Okay. Okay, we'll go through the members' motions. MM 45.1. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 45.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 45.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 45.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 45.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Hold, Madam Speaker.
Pardon? Who is
Councillor
that?
Pasternak, hold it, please. It's Councillor Pasternak. I'd like to hold the.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who wants it held? Councillor Pasternak?
Councillor Pasternak, can you hear me?
Okay, I can
Yes,
hear
thanks.
you now. Where are you?
I can hear you.
I'm remote this afternoon.
Oh, because you were here this morning.
I here this morning and yesterday. I'm remote for the next few hours.
MM 45.6. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Hold by Councillor Ainsley, please.
Hold by Councillor Ainsley.
Councillor Ainsley?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
MM 45.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 45.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 45.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 45.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item? On favor? Carried. MM 4511. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item? On favor? Carried. MM 4512. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item? On favor? Carried. MM 4513. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to a reopening of item IE 29.3. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of
Recorded
reopening?
vote, please.
Pardon?
Recorded vote on the reopening.
Okay, recorded vote on the reopening.
Councillor Perruzza, can we get your vote, please? And Councillor Pasternak, may we have your vote verbally, please?
Yes, for 4513.
This is the vote to reopen.
Yes, 4513.
Correct, yes.
Yes, in the affirmative.
The vote to reopen carries. It is 18-6.
Okay, on the item, I'm sorry, who said that? Councillor Perks? Okay, Councillor Perks is holding.
Yes, yes. What is it? I'm sorry. What's?
Councillor Pasternak, you have your mic on. MM 4514. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item MM 4332. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4515. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of moving to waive referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4516. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4517. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4518. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4519. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4520. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4521. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, may we have your vote, please? And Councillor Pasternak, may we have your vote verbally, please?
In the affirmative?
Thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, on the item, pardon? Hold, okay. Councillor Holiday is holding. MM 4522. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4523. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4524. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item? All in favor? Carried. MM 4525. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
Can I get recorded votes on both, please?
Madam Chair, after the vote, can I have a point of order?
Okay.
Councillor Carroll, may we have your vote, please? And Councillor Pasternak, may we have your vote verbally, please?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. The vote to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 8-16.
Okay, we do have a point of order by Councillor Mantis. Councillor Mantis?
Madam Chair, on item MM 45.5, can Councillor Pasternak explain why he's holding the item?
I think when we get to
That's
it,
not
then we'll find out.
Councillor Mantis, that's not a point of order.
MM 4526. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Mayor, did you want to hold this one down? Oh, okay. All right, okay. Mayor Tory is holding down MM 4526. MM 4527. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4528. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried.
May I hold it, please?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
It's Josh. May I hold it?
Councillor Matlow, you want to hold it?
I'd appreciate that. Yeah, thanks.
If you let it go, I want to hold it, Josh.
Thanks. I have an amendment that I'd like to include at whenever it comes up on the agenda.
I have questions of staff, sorry. Thanks, but don't just quickly release.
No,
it.
no, I'll be aware of that, Paula. Thank you.
MM 4529. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Okay, Councillor Holiday would like to hold. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Cal. Oh, you want to record a vote to? You want a recorded vote on the item? Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, your vote, please. Thank you. And Councillor Carroll? Councillor Pasternak, may we have your vote verbally, please?
Which item is it again? I'm on the phone with IT.
Sorry, Councillor, your vote on this item?
He's asking what item it is.
Oh, it's item MM 45.29.
In the affirmative.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm in a meeting and the clerk's asking me questions, so it's very hard. I believe that of CMP, I
The item carries. The vote is 22-2.
Councillor Pasternak, did you just say you're in another meeting?
He's having problems with CMP. Madam Chair, he's having problems with CMP.
But
So I'm going to open that.
yeah. What can I say? I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know, just, MM 4530. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4531. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4532. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4533. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4534. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4535. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4536. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4537. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4538. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. 39 we've dealt with. MM 4540. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4541. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4542. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4543. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item? Hold? Okay. Held by Councillor Holiday. MM 4544. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4545. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. No, there's more. Oh. MM 4546. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4547. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4548. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4549. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4550. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4551. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is subject to reopening of item MM 4239. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. 51 motions. And we have 2 more to add.
And Madam Speaker, when we're done members' motions, if you wanted to quickly return to that PH 3416, I could quickly release it.
Sure. Okay, so we do have 2 more motions to be added in. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion to have a notice with regards to Hotel X Phase 2 with regards to Heritage. Working with staff, we might not need this motion, but just like to put it on the floor.
On favor, carried. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. With council's indulgence, I have a member's motion to move here. It's urgent, as I just became aware that there are some major challenges with the opening of Donald D. Somerville Pool this summer. So I'm asking staff to report back with more information to TEYCC in 2 weeks on that so we can get that resolved, and appreciate the city manager's support in moving that forward. Thank you.
Thank you. On favor? Okay, so that's 53 motions? 53. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, Speaker. Thank you. Speaker, I'd like to ask for reopening on MM 4510, which is providing access to public water fountains and bathrooms.
Okay, so we'll put that on this, your motion on the screen.
Thank you.
MM.
And then, Speaker, I'd like to make another comment after the vote, please.
Okay, so it's 4510?
Yes.
Okay, so Councillor Thompson is moving the motion to reopen MM 4510. Okay, on favor? Carried.
And Speaker.
And it's going to be held down, correct?
Yes, I'd like to hold it. And then, Speaker, I'd like to ask if we could combine that with the mayor's motion, which is MM 4526, modernizing services in city parks.
Okay, so we'll combine the two, MM 4526 and MM 4510.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, a point of order, Speaker. Councillor Bradford's motion, was that that was just introduced, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I'll be putting my pool on there, Brad.
Okay,
when it comes forward.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I held earlier PH 3416, the deferral motion from Councillor Bailao. I checked the wording and I'm happy to release.
Okay, so on favor?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Okay, there it is on the screen.
Sorry, what's the item title, please? 3416 is what?
Oh, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong may be unaware that we were doing a deferral of all 4. I just needed to check the wording on this of the 4 sign items. All are being deferred to the next session, and so I'm releasing this. The others have already been adopted.
Okay, so this is a deferral.
So you're
motion.
deferring this. This is a deferral.
We're deferring it to the
That's
next
right.
council meeting, Deputy Mayor. Okay, all in favor? Thank you. All right. Counselor Cole? Yeah. Counselor Cole, you held down CC 4522, 3644 Eglinton. It's a confidential item. Do you need to go in camera on that item?
There was a supplementary report to that item.
Yeah, that's fine, but do you need to go in camera, or you could just release it?
No, I want a recorded vote, okay?
Okay, so you don't need to go in camera, because we're going in camera now. We want to deal with all the items.
I don't have to go on camera, do I?
Okay, so what, Councilor Cole, what do you want to do on it?
I want to have a recorded vote.
Okay, that's fine. We can have a recorded vote. But my question is, you don't need to go. So let's just, so do you want to release it and we'll have a recorded vote?
Yes.
Okay, recorded vote. So first,
No,
Councilor, yeah, so Councilor Cole is moving the supplementary report on 4522 and 4522A, which is the supplementary report. Recorded vote.
This is the one.
Counselor Thompson, Counselor Carroll, Counselor Perruzza, may we have your votes, please? Motion 1 carries. The vote is 20-4.
Item is amended. On favor? Councilor Cole, did you want a recorded vote on item as amended too? Okay, recorded vote.
Counselor Fillion, Counselor Perruzza, Mayor Tory, your votes, please. Counselor Holiday, thank you. Counselor Mantis, are you able to vote in the system? Thank you. The item as amended carries. The vote is 21-3.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, so we'll prepare the motion to go in camera. Okay, it's on the screen. Who wants to read it?
Madam Speaker, before you go in camera, I had put my name down. I can try to release one more item if you entertain that. It's up to you.
Okay, that would be, because after the in-camera item, I think we only have 2 items. And then we have the members' motion, of course, yeah. Okay, so which item do you want to release, Councillor
I
Barlow?
can try to release PH 34.6, an application fee review.
Okay. On PH 34.6, Councillor Bylaws releasing, on favor, carried. That's good.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Ainsley. MM 45.6, I think it's, if clerks have the amendment ready, I can move it and deal with it.
On 45.6, okay, so if we have the amendment, we'll put the amendment on the screen. This is members' motion 45.6. Councillor Ainsley is held down. There it is on the screen. Is everyone okay with it? It's on the screen. Okay.
Deputy Mayor Bylaw is fine with it.
Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Ainsley, it's on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. Oh, that's the item? Okay. All right, and actually.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Filion, PH 3418, did you want to release that one too?
I can release it with a 1-minute speech.
Okay, because this way we just go in camera and then just deal with the members' motion. So what is your speech?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll even take my mask off for my speech, 1-minute speech. I have a motion, so that needs to go up on the screen. So I just wanted to draw to people's attention a change I made because I think it's important, which is that staff not just brief counselors, but consult with counselors when mediation is going on for an OLT appeal. And the second change just adds and training, so which opens up the possibility of providing some training for our planning and legal staff who are involved in negotiations. I spend, many weeks, half of my week on exactly this subject, and I find, some staff are fantastic at filling you in on what's going on, accepting your input, talking things through to get the best outcome. And in other cases, you just get completely surprised by a report coming in when there's nothing you can do about it. There's a recommendation. The hearing is coming up in 3 weeks. There wouldn't even be time to find, outside a planner, so you get really boxed in. So it's really important that we adopt some consistent practices to involve counselors. The staff can, of course, act independently and recommend whatever they want, but those recommendations always benefit from some conversations with the counselor, I think. So that's it. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Yes?
Madam Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, yes.
Okay. I wanted to speak on this item too. I didn't realize, I thought it was a development issue, but it's a broader issue.
Okay, so then we'll hold the item down. I was just trying to move the agenda along, Councillor Robinson.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's important to my residents, these issues.
So you want to speak?
Well, I had questions, but I can.
Oh, you have
shift them
questions,
to
so
a-
it's not a quick item.
Yeah, but I can quickly shift them to remarks if you want. I don't have a motion to move.
Okay, it's up to you, Councillor Robinson, because right now we were just doing quick releases and we have to go in camera. So if you want to hold the item down and ask questions, but if you just want to speak now, that's fine.
I would like to ask questions, please.
Okay, so we'll hold the item down. Thank you. All right, so the motion to go in closed session, Um, Counselor Carroll, do you want to, do you want to read it? Okay.
Madam Speaker, so you're right, on item CC 43, what is it called, 4322, the one that you were going to bring mine into, so DM 45.1, I did have a motion that should have, needed to be dealt with in private, but I'm no longer going to do that, so I don't, in light of just saving you some time, you don't have to go into camera on that one. I don't believe. But I would like, when we do come out of camera, to be able to, I don't want to forego my rights to be able to speak to the public portion of it and to be able to vote publicly, publicly on the issue.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's how that
Thank you.
works. Okay.
Okay, so we'll adjust the motion.
Shall I read it, Madam Speaker?
Yes,
Are we ready?
please.
Okay,
Yes.
the council recess its public session to meet as committee of the whole in closed session to consider the following. AU 12.1, Part 1 of the audit of emergency shelters, a focus on case management, reasons for confidential information, litigation, potential litigation that affects the city of Toronto, and advice or communications that are subject to litigation and solicitor-client privilege. AU 12.2, Part 2 of the audit of emergency shelters, lessons learned from hotel operations, reasons for confidential information, same.
Okay, thank you. So all in favor, the motion carried. So we'll give it to 5 minutes or so, so we can get everyone out of the council chambers and off the virtual meeting that's not required to be here. I believe staff is here. So all the staff is here, right? Okay, good. Okay. session, consideration of item AU 12.1 and AU 12.2. No motions were placed in the closed session. We will now proceed with the public debate on the items. So do we have any public questions? Okay, then, do we have any speakers?
I do have a
I had
couple
a
of
public question.
public questions, yeah.
Okay, put your name, where's Counselor Fletcher? I know, but she's in her office now. Hold on. So can you please, if you have a question, can you please put your name on the list, Counselor Perruzza, please? Counselor Buxton Potts.
Yeah.
Your name is there. Thank you.
Speaker. My questions are for SSHA, and I just want to talk a little bit specifically from the recommendations on, apologies, the first item around case management. Can you describe to me what information is currently collected about shelter clients and those living outside?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor. So we use our shelter management information system, which provides every individual that uses the shelter system with a unique ID. It collects their basic demographic information, gender, age, and there's sections in that management system that allow staff to enter documents that are assisting in housing and other case management notes. And we've been working to make a number of enhancements to that information management system so that we can better track some of the case management milestones, triage and assessment of client needs, amongst other things. Very much in line and supportive of some of the Auditor General's very poignant recommendations with respect to this work.
Perfect. And can you describe a little bit about how that information is used to inform your services or policies?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, certainly it gives us a good demographic profile of who's using the shelter system for how long. And as we move forward with some of the assessment tools, it will allow us to better understand what the unique needs of people experiencing homelessness are, so we can build that housing plan and the supports necessary to support them moving out of the system.
Thank you. And how do you collect that information? Is it observational or is it through interviews with clients?
Yes, so through speaker to you, Councillor, at intake is where the initial information would be collected with the client's consent to capture that information, and then that profile of the individual is built over time based on their interactions with staff. Additional information might be added to their profile.
Thank you. And you mentioned it's compiled with their consent. What happens if a client declines to consent to that data collection?
Through the speaker, sometimes people, provide names that aren't their own, and they go by Jane or John Doe, but that is very much not the norm. Most people, 99%, do provide their information upon intake and use of the shelter system. They don't need to provide their ID to back that up, but certainly they provide that basic information.
You mentioned things, though, and I think this is reflected in the Auditor General's report, things around, some of their specific needs. So whether that's their health history, mental health history, addictions history, is that offered freely by clients, or is that requested by shelter service staff?
So, I think it's important, and through the speaker to you, the staff we have as city staff, and most of the staff using the system are not healthcare professionals or clinicians, so they're not doing assessment related, clinical tools and storing that information. It would be very much in what the client might share with us that is reflected and stored in that system. And we're working on the assessment tools that will help us understand what support needs around housing the individual may need as they leave the system.
Thank you. And my last question, you did mention upgrades to the shelter information system. I believe it was in 2020 that you last sort of spoke about the fact that the current shelter system doesn't give an accurate time of date vacancy report, and that was work that was ongoing at the city. Can you provide an update on how that work is going and timeline for that implementation?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, we're hoping within 2020 and 2023, we'll have a better flagging immediate system that allows our folks at Central Intake to immediately understand when new beds become available in the system to better serve people that are calling that system. But certainly, you know, we also support the auditor's recommendations that, you know, this is also older technology, and it is time to start to look at, you know, how we upgrade the shelter management information system to, you know, better collect real-time information to best serve the people using our shelter system as we go forward in the future.
Thank you.
Very much.
Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thanks so much. I just want to confirm it was about 3,000 people that needed to be moved into a safe situation from shelters into a socially distanced situation. Is that, do I have that number right, Mr. Tanner?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, that's correct.
3,000 people, and that was to move them very quickly. What was the time frame for that? 6 months, a year, 6 weeks? What was the time frame?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I mean, a large portion of the moves happened in the first 90 days of the pandemic, but I'd say over the course of the first 6 to 8 months, we completed the majority of the moves.
So 3 months to start, and then stragglers after that. Would that be right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now to the chief, I think he's still here. Just looking at that situation, this was an unprecedented emergency. I think we've determined that, Chief, correct? Chief Pegg? You were
Madam Speaker, absolutely. Unprecedented emergency, the only declared emergency in the history of the amalgamated city of Toronto.
And just asking you, I don't think this is a private question, but there were certain areas in the city that had to move more quickly and reconstitute themselves, and a lot of other staff went over to work there. I think public health was one of those that really had to be on the front line. By law enforcement, other people went to work there in by law enforcement because they had to be enforced, and a lot of people went to work in the shelter and housing system. Were those the three big buckets that had exponentially had to take off and really quickly respond to this emergency situation?
Madam Speaker, absolutely. And as you referenced, Councillor, supported largely and significantly through the extensive redeployment of city staff to support those key functions.
So there could be some new people in different places, and I'm sure it was quite chaotic. If I said it was chaotic, would I be right sometimes?
Madam Speaker, there were an extraordinary number of staff operating in positions that were not their home position. They had been redeployed to other areas of critical need. We did our very best, Councillor, to avoid chaos, but certainly
Yes.
very challenging to navigate through the COVID-19 incident command system and incident management system, the largest of its kind, and frankly, the largest incident management system I've ever seen.
And just asking as far as kind of financial oversight, the contracts that would have to be, there's probably no other area where this type of contracts had to be signed, not necessarily for bylaw enforcement. You might just be moving people, or for public health, they were already there. They may have had some, but to house these folks, these were leases, contracts, everything of that nature, correct?
Madam Speaker, to the best of my recollection, I believe that the most significant expenditures that I recall were related to emergency shelter and housing.
Right. And just from a future point of view, and taking the Auditor General's report into account, if you were to say we had a pandemic in 2 years, what would you recommend to kind of be the financial oversight assistance for people delivering a service, trying to contract a service, doing leases, possibly doing things that they don't normally do in order to house people in an emergency? Would you have any recommendations of that nature just from the command, sitting in your command post?
Madam Speaker, I would say that the structure that we put in place under the COVID-19 incident management was highly effective, as was the city manager and senior leadership team escalation process that we put in place and that operated by by recollection and memory, Councillor, I believe that we were more than 70 escalations that navigated through that process. There is always going to be areas for improvement, and
Yeah.
certainly I'm very much appreciate the work that the Auditor General has done. And as we continue through the after action review process, Councillor, I'm sure that we will identify options and opportunities to improve moving forward for sure.
So when you're sitting there, and I'm not putting you on the hot seat, but you were there, and thank you very much for your service during that time. It was excellent. You realize that there are some areas that are extraordinary and will be receiving a lot of money and need a lot of cash at that point. So would you recommend at that point making sure that those systems are in place? I might not be here for the next pandemic. You might not be here, but that those systems are critical systems and they're not necessarily divisional systems. When you realize there's big whack of money coming in that you might not normally have, what's the process for those dollars? Would you recommend that?
That was your last
Madam
question.
Speaker, absolutely. Having comprehensive processes in place that are dovetailed and operating lifetime within the incident management system and under it are critical. And, so short answer, Councillor, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to confirm,
Councillor Perruzza, you have, oh, sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, I apologize.
no worries, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to confirm some numbers with the auditor. So in your report, you indicate that that $118 million were spent on rooms, 2,900 rooms. That number would be roughly $40,689 per year for a room, correct? Sure.
I think it's about
So,
$40,000.
well, my calculations, so $118 for rooms. If you divide it by 2,900 rooms, it comes out to $40,689 per room. That's what the math says, right? That would be correct, right? Okay. So 29 million for meals divided by 3,900 clients, that would be $7,435 per client per year. That's roughly a 600 and change dollars per month per client, right? For meals. So when you add the rooms with the meals, the figure comes out to $48,124 per room per client.
That's about right, yes.
Okay. And then the 173 million, again, divided by 3,900 clients, it comes out to $44,358 for the wraparound services per client. That's like
Directly in front of
having a
me,
full-time-
Councillor.
yeah. So I get, what I get is 92,000, when you take the 320 million, of which built into that, there were what you believe to be some payments of somewhere in the neighborhood of $13 million, but it breaks down to a per client amount of $92,482 per person to shelter for a year.
It's about right, yes.
Okay. In your view, would we have been able to provide alternate forms of housing for these clients for $92,482 a year each?
That's, I guess there's a couple of things here. There's capacity, where are you going to find those rooms?
No, I understand that, but.
Going forward, we recommended that it's important to have a strategy to, as much as possible, move to more stable housing or move people along into more permanent housing as much as possible.
So let me ask you the question another way. As an auditor, do you believe that this is, let me just go to another amount. In your view, so we heard that potentially we need to do some repairs at the end of this use of the hotels, and there was a figure in another report provided earlier of some. I forgot what the amount was, 45 or $50 million or something. in your view, is that an accurate reflection of what, of the state of things today?
You mean for the 45 million?
Can you hear me
Well,
now?
to the repairs at the end of the,
I believe the 45
waste
million that
any
was
time.
quoted related to leased hotels. There's a similar clause in the pay-per-use hotels. So the 45 million, I don't know if it's all-inclusive of the requirements to bring the hotels back to their precondition. And I don't know if there's evidence to show what that precondition was.
I see. So what are you saying? It could be considered considerably higher. Is that what you're saying?
It could be, yes.
I see.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Councillor Robinson, questions?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. In the report, it stated that in addition to the 13 million, the city was overcharged in the last years, that we were also overpaying prior to the pandemic. So I'm wondering do you have an estimate on how much we overpaid pre-pandemic?
Thank you. We did not go back and calculate that. Our audit went from August 2019 until August 2021.
Okay, but you can confirm
Say it again.
that, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I can only hear Anthony Peruzza speaking.
Councillor Perruzza, please, can you get off the phone?
Tell
Go
me
ahead,
when
Councillor
let me
Robinson.
know when I can go ahead.
Yes, you can go ahead now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. So just to be clear, you can confirm though, prior to the pandemic, we were overpaying for these services. Is that correct?
That is
You know
correct,
that?
yes.
So you can confirm that, but what you can't confirm is how much, because you started your audit at a certain date.
You are correct, Councillor. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, my throat's a bit off. Okay, so I guess to city staff, clearly the Auditor General, way back to 2020, has called for better oversight and effective contract management. What steps have you taken to improve oversight broadly since that recommendation was issued by the Auditor General?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, you know, the report that we received in late 2021 has brought this all to our attention, indicating that better oversight is required. And that is what we're looking at now, both with respect to enhancing the number of staff we have on our accounts payable department that review invoices, training for staff that both within our head office and our staff out in the field that are the first point of contact to review, in this case, the invoices of services rendered at the hotel sites. And finally, an audit review process ourselves internally, where we are on a regular basis doing spot audits of contracts and how we're paying out those fees and invoices.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Coe.
Yeah, just a question, I guess, of Mr. Tanner. These hotel rooms that were used to shelter the homeless, how many rooms were rented out by the city, leased or whatever it's called?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Cole, the total number in March, 2,900 rooms. There might be a small reduction in the number of rooms as we close one of the hotel sites at this point, but only by about 50.
So therefore, then there was a contract made with these hotel owners to lease these rooms. And there was a clause in the contract that said that if there was any damage done to the rooms, the city would be liable. Was that in the contract from the outset?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Cole, there's there's two groups of these contracts. One sits with our colleagues in corporate real estate, and that is a clause within those agreements of leased hotels. You know, there was a confidential update provided to council in March of the status of our estimates on those costs. And the language, as I noted, is, you know, to return the hotel back to the state that we first had leased it in.
So then was it corporate real estate or your team that would go and do an audit or sort of an investigation of the state of these rooms, so we can make a comparison with what you started off with renting or leasing and what they were at the end of the city's use? Did corporate real estate or your officials go check any of these 2,900 rooms to see the state they were in?
So through the speaker to you, we're working very closely with corporate real estate on these issues. There wouldn't have been a room by room inspection of the hotel sites as we rapidly scaled up operations to move clients into those sites. But certainly it is, you know, I think one of the recommendations of which we agree with from the auditor that, you know, this work will be transferred, you know, over to our colleagues at corporate real estate who are the experts with respect to, you know, real estate acquisitions, state of good repair of these properties, and we'll be working with them very closely on next steps in that regard.
No, I'm not talking about next step. I'm talking about, did anybody from corporate real estate or your offices go check the rooms? How many rooms did they check? Is there a report on the status, the state of good repair those rooms are in? Did anybody do that? Is there any kind of paper trail on someone doing random, you know, 5 rooms in each of these hotels? Because I know Councilor Prusa said one of the hotels was beyond belief that we even rented it. But anyways, did anybody go do these inspections?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, yes. So there were initial room assessments done at the leased properties, including some videos that were taken and some general audits of conditions and photos. Like I said, there was, you know, it wasn't every room inspected, but to give a snapshot of those properties.
Excuse me, but is there that available to us as councillors to see this report on the state of these rooms? Can we see that? Or I don't know if the auditor's seen that.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I'd have to take that off to corporate real estate, but I'm sure we can show some of the photos and different things. I'm not sure it's in a report
thank you.
per se.
If I could follow up with the auditor. I mean, auditor, did you see any kind of assessment of the state of these rooms? Any report which itemized the condition of these rooms we are renting?
Not at the time of our, through you, Chair, not at the time of our audit. There might have been something afterward. Yeah, that's what we didn't see anything at the time of our audit of the preconditions.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you. Members, we may have to defer this item because I don't think we're going to complete this item today, because we still have a lot of items on the agenda. So just keep that in mind. We want to defer it. Councillor Holyday?
Thank you, Speaker. To Mr. Tanner, we can all agree that the hotels are probably one of the most expensive ways to shelter someone. I think Councillor Perutz had asked some questions at one point about costs. Is that correct?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor. Yes, a very expensive way to shelter people. We'd much prefer to be building housing and getting people into permanent housing.
So what's the long-term plan with the shelters? I mean, do we, when does this end? The auditors pointed out how expensive it is in her audit.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Holyday, certainly, you know, through the shelter transition plan out of the hotels, that's our priority. We hope to close up to 5 of those sites this year, and those changes will be made as we open new supportive housing.
No,
So
Councillor Holyday, we need to ask questions on what we have before us,
I
not the
understand.
long-term care. And I have to stop everybody because we don't have quorum. I've been trying to tell members of council, you know, like, we've spent a lot of time on this item, we're losing quorum. Well, would you know, Councillor Pruitt,
Madam
I'm
Speaker,
sorry, but there's nothing I can do.
A point of order, Councillor Pasek here. Can we hold the item down and deal with maybe some quick releases and some minor issues? And then I would defer this, quite frankly, but I'll leave that up to you.
I mean, we're just at,
That's my
we're
suggestion.
just at questions now, and we should be asking questions
Yeah.
that's in the audit. What's on
Yeah,
before
no,
us,
my-
Councillor Holiday.
No, it's Councillor Pasek here.
No,
I'm
I know, I
suggesting
was
yeah.
addressing it to Councillor Holiday.
I'll try one more, Madam Speaker. I mean,
Okay.
this is about agreements and temporary arrangements and the cost thereof.
Okay, hold on, we don't have quorum.
Okay,
Okay, go ahead.
through you to staff, and any staff person can take this. When does a hotel stop being a hotel and become a shelter on a permanent basis? I mean, we need to know that as a council. We need to figure this out.
Speaker, on a point of order.
You're
just-
you're unmuted, you're unmuted.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Okay, just one sec, point of order.
You've just instructed the member
Yeah.
that we're dealing with the audit item, not the long-term shelter plan.
I know, and I did say that.
Well, he's just asked another
Yeah.
question. I ask you rule it out of order.
Councillor Holiday, please, just ask a question on what the audit report is, please.
Madam Speaker, that was my last question.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on some of Councillor Cole's questions, especially with regard to putting these hotel rooms back to where they were supposed to be. Mr. Tanner, is that in the agreements, these contracts?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, it is in the lease contracts that we have that CREM is managing, which is the bulk of the hotel contracts that we have.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I don't know if I should be asking Krem these questions or whether Mr. Tanner should take the questions. So my second question is have we made an assessment on how much it's going to cost to put these rooms back in place on average?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, yes, we have, and that was part of a confidential report we brought forward in April.
So you can't give me an average. I'm not like, you can't give me an average in public?
Okay.
Knowing that those
No.
costs are subject to change and our negotiations with the hotel owners are ongoing.
Okay, Deputy, this is not part of the audit
No.
report, and everybody we just have to.
Sorry, Madam Chair, due respect, Mr. Tanner said it was, but
No.
it was part of
Okay.
the confidential report.
Well,
That's
first
not
of
correct.
all, we don't have quorum. So let's just sit here until
Hold
we
my
find,
time, please.
we don't have quorum. And just ask questions
my
that's
time.
on the audit
Thank you.
report, please. Okay, let's do a roll call. Recorded vote. So members, I'm advising you that if you want to get the rest of the agenda completed, we need to have quorum and we need to speed up the item, you know, and just ask questions that's what's before us in the audit report. Okay, please. Counselor Perruzza, please. Counselor Perruzza, we're doing a roll call. Can everybody please vote?
kind of curious to hear.
If we don't have quorum, we won't be able to complete the agenda. That's all. That's the bottom line.
Councillor Filion, can you please press one of your vote buttons to indicate your presence in the chamber? Madam Speaker, you now have quorum. There are 20 members present.
Deputy Mayor Minawonk, if you can please continue and ask questions that's on the audit report.
I'm asking questions about the agreements which are material to the audit report.
Councillor Perruzza, please. We're in the middle of questions. Okay, go ahead.
And in that regard, Mr. Tanner or real estate or somebody, if we do have to make those payments, will we only make those payments after the repairs are completed?
And
the
just
reason
for
why-
clarification, sorry, which payments, Deputy Mayor, just to be
If we
clear?
have, let's say, we have to fix up like 100 hotel rooms, right? And you settle in on what the amount is. You know, a hotel owner might just want to take the money and then demolish the building. My question to you is, will we wait to get the bills and look at the rooms before we make any payments?
Yeah, thanks for the clarification and through the speaker to you. So there's a negotiation currently happening underway with the hotel owners to understand the framework of exactly how those payments are going to be made. I think your feedback makes a lot of sense.
My second question is in the agreements, are there any requirements to pay out money for marketing? And I'll explain that a little bit. Like, let's say, take the Bond Hotel, for example. You know, it's a shelter, and if they started as a hotel again, anyone who kind of Googles the Bond Hotel will find out that it was a shelter. So they'll want to be made whole, like change the name and all sorts of other nonsense. Are there requirements within those agreements that we have to pay for their like marketing plan and all that sort of stuff?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, no. No terms such as that in the agreements.
Not in any of the agreements, eh?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Speakers, can we clear the screen? Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll move the supplementary report. Thank you, clerks, for pointing that out. I will say thank you to both the Auditor General and staff for a lot of work on two audit items that we're considering. And I'll make the brief comments that, you know, the media stories and the dollars and cents have overshadowed this discussion. They're very important. As anyone listening to debates knows, here in an audit committee, committee and council have been seized with the issues that were highlighted in Madam Auditor General's report with respect to payments for the services. And it's our old theme of contract management once again in this council chamber. And I think the signal sent by the request for follow-up reporting signals council's diligence and interest in this matter. And I don't think it's resolved, and I'll think we look forward to what those outcomes are with a view that we want to ensure that every penny of resources in the city is managed wisely so that A, it can be allocated to those that need it, and B, we are being responsible to the ratepayers in the city that fund all of these things. The second point I just would leave others to say is, I know we talked about this component of the debate a lot today, but there's a really important report, which is number 1, and that is about case management around people. And it's very much a human-centered audit. And I said it in my opening remarks that people always focus on the money with audit committee, but they don't always focus on the people. And I know that Madam Auditor General and the staff are committed to people. I think council is too. And so that's a story of how we better serve the clients in our shelter system so that they can be on a path to where they want to go in life. But it recognizes that we need to commit to them and they need to commit to us to be successful. And if they're limited in their ability to commit for one way or another, they're limited in their ability to participate, that's identified, and the appropriate supports are given, because it's not one size fits all. And I think, the report alludes to those stories, that people that get lost in the system or have to retell their story over and over again. And so I look forward to those improvements, because I think it just means better things for human beings. So my express thanks for everyone involved in this, including my colleagues on council, for caring a lot about these audits. And of course, those that are charged with discovering these issues and putting them down on paper, Madam Auditor and your team, and of course, the Toronto Public Service, who are committed to serving people. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Buxton Potts.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have a motion on the item. So the motion that City Council requests the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing Administration, in consultation with the City Solicitor, people experiencing homelessness, housing practitioners, caseworkers, and research, and with the guidance of the Information and Privacy Commission of Ontario. And then it goes on to list a number of ways that we could look at data collection. And the reason that I really wanted to include people with lived experience is one of the things that I have heard throughout the pandemic from people that I know who work with the homeless population is a deep reluctance to feel like they're constantly being surveyed. When they are asked questions about why they're there, what's wrong with them, things like that, it can be further traumatizing, further stigmatizing, and actually go against our intended purpose here and keeps them out of our services. So I really was grateful to hear Gord Tanner talk about that the shelter workers aren't necessarily trained in asking the kinds of important questions that we need to in order to create the personalized case paths to get people into housing. And so there are research experts in this space who can help us understand the distinct needs of these residents, people experiencing homelessness, their peers. They can help us craft the kinds of questions that will actually be helpful to their future success. And so I would really, really urge SSHA to take advantage of those resources and make sure that we're consulting with the people whose lives we are asking about in order not to traumatize them further and really help move them through this continuum of housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a motion, but I have two subjects I want to speak on. Firstly, this is a really scandalous report. It's very disappointing. I've heard from some councillors who are suggesting that this was an emergency and that this was bound to happen. I summarily reject that. If these folks needed help, they should have asked for it. If they couldn't read the reports, they could have asked for help. Secondly, I reject outright this idea that we use this term far too often, lessons learned. Our senior management in the City of Toronto are not interns. We hire senior people, many of us are in interviews, and they say they can do the job. And clearly, they didn't come through in terms of reading their contracts. What we heard from the Auditor General is she gave them a warning. She gave them a report. It wasn't taken seriously. We heard that these contracts were easy to read, yet they couldn't understand them, or what's worse, she didn't think they read them. This is very serious. And so we have to kind of figure out what to do with that. It's a serious problem. The second comment I would like to make, Madam Chairman, is I think we as a council need to take control of the wheel. We've ceded too much responsibility to the public service on this. And this is one of the things that has happened. COVID's over. Some people don't want to say that because it's to their benefit to make this continue. But COVID is over. The problem that I have, because I experienced this, is the public service never consulted local councillors on these arrangements. I was never consulted on the purchase of a hotel in my ward. I found out from a third party. We can't ignore our communities. We can't tell them that, you know, it's just too inconvenient or too much trouble to ask their opinion. It's our job. It's our job, and it's the public service's job to listen to them. When I wrote to the city officials in charge of making this decision, and I told them why this hotel was wrong, there were no supports in place. There's no public space in place. There's virtually nothing. The response I got from them was they ignored me. And in fact, they doubled down and increased the offer to the hotel. There were no police in the area. There's nothing. There's no mall. There's hardly any place to shop or get groceries. It's got very bad transit access. They simply didn't care. That's why we have to take control of the wheel again. We've got to get them to listen. And another message, if we can't do the hard work of getting our communities to accept these, then we haven't done our job. And these items can come to council, and we can make those arguments there. But we have to take control. This delegated authority is something that has to end. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I do have a motion, and I'd like to place it before the council. It's there on the screen. It's fairly easy to read, self-explanatory. Speaker, I just want to quote briefly an article by Kathy Crow. Most people here will know Kathy Crow. And the headline of the article is, Toronto shelter spending scandal, 29 million should buy more than hot dogs. It's got a picture of a hot dog on a styrofoam cup. That's Kathy Crow. That's not me. So the article goes on to say this: the City of Toronto has spent significant amounts of money on their shelter system, but those funds seem to have gone towards subsidizing hotels rather than paying for things like good meals for those in need. She further goes on to say, the City of Toronto is big, really big. It is a megacity, although not by choice. When it makes mistakes, they are also big. Speaker, I get it. It was an emergency. We heard that. We were under emergency conditions, a situation where we needed to provide shelter for folks. And we, basically folks went out and said, okay, they took the path of least resistance, in my view, and we got engaged in these deals with hotels to create these spaces. The auditor's report in front of us today makes very, very clear that there were some cases where we even were overbilled. But when you look at the fundamental numbers in the audit report, you look at the 118 million spent on the rooms for 2,900 rooms, the 29 million for meals, the 173 million for wraparound services. When you add that all up, we're paying over $4,000 a month for a bed. $4,000 a month for a shelter bed under this situation. Let me say that one more time. We're paying $4,000 a month for a shelter bed. it comes to $92,482 per client per year. Just one more time. This is really, really important for people to digest the number. It's $92,482 a year per client. Kathy Crow says it. We could be doing so much more. So much more. Now, I understand there was an emergency. And we got into this under emergency conditions. I get it. But we've had also 777 days to think of a way through it. We've had 777 days to think of a way through it. And we've come up with a blank.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza, your time's up. Councillor Perruzza, there are items in your motion. First of all, some of the recommendations is already part of the audit recommendation, and part of it is part of the litigation. And for you to be asking for a strategy to come back in July 2022 really is unreasonable. So
Well, I figure on that one, there were 777 days where they had some time to think about it, right?
Some of these
Speaker, on
recommendations.
a point of order, I'd like to hear your ruling.
Yeah, some of these recommendations where you're asking the city solicitor to report back, that's all part of the audit recommendation. If you read the report from the auditor, that's all part of it. And they are in litigation at this point. So
I do believe it's part of the audit report,
No,
and
well,
it modifies it a little
Councilor
bit,
Perruzza,
Speaker. Yeah.
I'm ruling your motion out of order.
You're ruling
Yeah,
what?
I'm moving it,
No, hang on.
I'm
a
ruling,
second.
if you want to challenge me, challenge me.
You're ruling my motion?
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a point of order, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Okay, are you challenging me?
Of course.
Okay,
Point of
recorded
order, Madam
vote.
Chair. Sorry, I called a point of order, Madam Chair.
No
There's
debate.
No debate. Recorded vote. To uphold the chair.
Can we see the motion again? It flashed up on the screen for 2 minutes. I mean, we haven't even had a chance to review the motion.
It's on CMP, Councillor Robinson.
But in fairness, they should be able to see the motion, Speaker.
We're in the middle of
really.
a vote, Councillor Perruzza.
Sorry, Madam Chair, that's a point of privilege. If a member hasn't been able a chance to review the motion, they can't vote on it.
I'm ruling the
You're entitled to
motion
read
out of,
it.
I'm ruling the motion out of order, and the chair has been,
But Speaker.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Nwang-
there's no
Speaker,
debate.
read the
But I'm
motion.
not challenging the chair. Speaker, Councilman Nwang makes a good point. The point is, how can they vote on a challenge when they don't know what the challenge is about?
I'm chair, as a
That's a
speaker,
point
I'm
of
ruling
But
the
you're
motion.
not giving them an opportunity
Well,
to.
it doesn't matter. We're in the middle of a vote. Members of council have to trust me. So if you uphold the speaker, vote yes.
So just on a point of order, when you call up the vote screen, you can no longer see the motion on CMP. I upholded the chair, but
Vote on something you haven't read.
you can't technically see it anymore on CMP because the vote screen populates it and there's no back button anymore.
Well, it was on.
Working through the kinks.
It was on CMP.
I get it was on
It was on
before,
CMP
but
all the
when
time
you
that
called-
Councillor
when you
Perruzza
called the
spoke,
vote-
and
when
he
you called the
spoke
vote
on
for
it.
We could no longer go back. Just
I know, we're in the middle of a vote.
Madam Speaker, the ruling of the chair is upheld. The
Thank
vote is
you.
15-4.
Thank you.
Excuse me, again, I was present and my vote wasn't counted for because I couldn't get into CMP. So I would like to cast my vote.
So how would you like to vote, Councillor Robinson?
I would like to vote against
Okay,
because I couldn't even read the motion.
okay, that's fine. We'll put you in the negative. Councillor Robinson to speak. Councillor Robinson to speak?
So I'll be very brief. The deputy mayor said a lot of what, I agree with a lot of his comments and echo them. I want to thank the Auditor General for her work on this and her entire team. Again, an excellent report, very important work. Clearly, this is not ideal, having $13 million overcharged. What concerns me even more is we were overpaying prior to the pandemic. This is clearly outlined in this report. We were overpaying prior to the pandemic. So some of the arguments being made don't carry water because we were, and we don't even have an estimate for how much we overpaid pre-pandemic. We don't have an estimate. We don't even know. This as a counselor, as a resident of the city, this is very concerning. And we're certainly hearing from lots of residents about this. We're stretched thin as a city, stretched very thin, and we have a big hole. And there's people like myself who would like to build a community center in Thorncliffe Park. So to see this type of waste is very concerning and unsettling. And clearly we need better oversight. And I hope we immediately, and it sounds like we already have started to implement these recommendations that have been clearly laid out by the Auditor General. But I just think this is not acceptable. And we have to keep our eye on this, and we need the wheel to turn back to City Council versus staff. So I hope that there'll be an effective contract management going forward and more broad oversight. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just very quickly, again, I'd also like to thank the auditor. I think bringing to light this spending and these additional charges is a useful thing because we can go back and get some of the money and return it to deliver services. But I'd also like to thank shelter staff because through all of this, through this pandemic, we had the largest response, if not globally, certainly across North America, to addressing homelessness during this pandemic crisis. And I appreciate from the previous speaker that some of this predates the crisis, but it speaks to the importance of our hotel shelter program. The importance because it fills a gap. We simply don't have rooms to house people in the city, either with affordable housing, which is what we should be doing, and we're working on that, but it's a lot of work to get there, but certainly even within our emergency shelter system. And unless we want the alternative, and that is people living on our streets and dying on our streets, then we need to continue putting value in programs like this. So let's not let the report that we have today, notwithstanding the challenges, get in the way of our continued investment in this important and yes, life-saving service that the City of Toronto provides. You know, I can't even imagine the pressure that would have been on our park system, on our other public services had we not had these thousands of hotel rooms during the pandemic. Yes, we needed to move quickly. Yes, this problem predated that, and we need to have those checks and balances in place. But don't let this get us off the process of actually continuing to use shelters hotels as shelters as long as it's needed. And trust me, I hope that ends soon. But in order to do that, we're going to have to flip our investment and increase our investment in affordable housing dramatically, which I hope we continue to do as a city. So I just wanted to end with that let's not allow this to get in the way of our continued support for hotel shelters if they are continue to be necessary, which right now they certainly are.
Thank you. And just briefly for me, I want to also thank the Auditor General on for this report, especially, but all the reports that you've brought forward. We're going to miss you because you do an amazing job. And, all the savings that you've brought forward to us, it's greatly appreciated. So, and thank you very much for this report. And in your report, there's a lot of, there's recommendations that we will adopt. And I know that city staff are working on those recommendations and we'll work with you. And so thank you again for your report. And I also want to mention to members of council when we were challenging the chair is that the motion is still on CMP if anybody wants to look at it. It never got deleted. So if you want to know what that motion was, it is on the screen. No, it's not kind of late for those that want to know what the motion was. It never disappeared. Councillor Matlow?
There have been some members who have reminded us the importance of ensuring that people were not either in the parks or in shelter circumstances that would be unsafe during the midst of a pandemic. And that is why the hotels were an option that was chosen, like frankly cities around the world have done. New York, during that whole episode, I read articles from other cities where you could almost copy and paste that city's name in Toronto, and they were going through very similar situations with respect to the hotel shelters and the encampments. So I understand that the motivation was good. I think we can also honestly and equally say that it was not managed well, that money has not been spent well, that everything from the way that some of the shelters, the hotel shelters were set up, were not provided the necessary wraparound services and supports and security. And let's say that it wasn't handled well. And the fact that there isn't, and there hasn't yet been, a transition plan toward whatever that answer is, including permanent housing. I don't understand why that hasn't been developed after all these months. I know it's complex, but I haven't had many answers as to exactly where things are at and any understanding of where we're going with it either. So, what does it mean by putting our, council's hands back on the wheel? I understand politically that the fear is always that if council ends up voting on each one, then none will ever happen. But there also has to be a balance for when councillors learn after the fact about the length of the leases and ultimately are answerable, as I was, for the unsuccessful rollout. Now things have gotten a lot better, like in the one that I'm alluding to, the Roehampton. That was an awful rollout. And it was because we engaged directly with the mayor and senior staff that things improved. The demographics have changed, and there's been a lot of changes there that have made significant improvements. But that was after the fact. And anyway, my point being is that this shouldn't be a kind of a simple or frankly stupid debate over should we be providing shelter to people who need it most, or and just say that let's water under the bridge, let's move on, everything's fine, or simply just crapping on everything. The reality is, it was done for all the right reasons, but it has not been done as well as it should have been. And I don't think it's hyperbolic to call this in a way scandalous, because it doesn't seem to be getting much better. And I hope it does, but there should be lessons learned, but there also needs to be accountability. And I think one of the paths to provide that accountability is to empower council with more oversight over this delegated authority. Because I can tell you, councillors will answer to it whether you made the decision or not. And I know my colleagues in Midtown feel the same way. And you're going to answer to it whether you made the decision or not. So ultimately, we need to be able to ensure that things are done for all the right reasons, but also, just as importantly, done well. And then the ultimate answer, I believe, is instead of paying hundreds of dollars every single night for these spaces that even many of the shelter clients have told us over and over again are unsafe, they're not comfortable there. That's one of the reasons why many of them remain in the parks. They want to be outdoors. We should be investing in a long-term solution, which includes permanent housing, a combination of supportive housing and other types of housing to ensure that people actually have a path toward the life that they want and that we want them to have, along with mental health care, addiction support, etc. But what we're doing right now is a big and really expensive.
5 seconds.
And by the way, I agree that what happened to Peruzza was wrong. I just wanted to say that was wrong.
Pardon? I didn't hear Councillor Matlow. What did you say?
I say I disagree with how Councillor Peruzza was treated a few moments ago.
Wow, thank you. Appreciate that compliment. Okay, we have one motion. Oh, sorry. Oh, I don't see your name. Oh, sorry, it was just lifted. Councillor Bylaw, sorry, to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Auditor General for the work in here. These were very tough circumstances. When the pandemic hit, we had public health advising SSHA that there was a very high risk and that we had to alter the way that we were housing people. And we knew that the numbers were not going to disappear.
Madam Speaker, I'm having trouble hearing the current person who has the floor.
Okay, sorry. Councillor Peruzza, please. I can't hear Councillor Bylaw. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Bylaw.
Thank you. So staff pivoted very fast to ensure that people were safe, they were house safe, and we had to move very fast to get these hotel rooms in order to maintain the distance. But one thing that we also did, and people keep talking about the Band-Aid solution that it is, I think this was realized very shortly. And as soon as we started putting together some of the roundtables, I don't know, some of you might have been involved in some of the roundtables that we had with different stakeholders. And the one on housing very quickly started to identify that we wanted not only to manage the situation that was in front of us, but actually come out of it even better. And that's why I think within 2 months of the pandemic, we were asking our federal and provincial counterparts to assist us on our 22 months housing plan, which we have delivered, which created supportive housing that I have in my ward that is now home 44 people. Councillor Crawford is in their ward. There's other sites across the city that have been developed. That was a work that started during this pandemic as a response to the situation that was in front of us. We knew that the hotels was going to be an expensive solution, and we wanted to pivot into the housing solution right away. We actually accelerated the delivery of our housing work, and we advocated hard and proved to the federal government that rapid housing could be done. The first two projects that we had on modular were actually pre-rapid housing money, and then we're now on phase 3 of rapid housing money that is coming to the table to produce much needed supportive housing, which we know it is the solution. So I think that I appreciate the focus, the light that the auditor brought to this situation. It is unacceptable. We all can agree to that, but it was under very difficult situations, and let's not diminish the value of housing people in a safe way in the middle of a pandemic. Let's not lose focus of what we were trying to do. It was thousands of people that needed to be relocated in a matter of days. We needed to relocate thousands of people in order to create physical distances, not to have what happened in many of our long-term care homes, because we didn't have that happening in our shelters, the kinds of deaths that we had in many of our long-term care homes, for example. So it is important to recognize that and not to lose focus, and to make sure that agreements and the processes are in place to prevent this in the future, of course, and that no matter how stressful the situation that everybody's in is at that point in time. But I just wanted to emphasize that the response that we have had was definitely a housing response, and that since then we have created an unprecedented amount of supportive housing in our city with the support of the federal government, but it has been created in our city, hundreds, now into the thousands of units of supportive housing.
Thank you, Councillor Bylaw. Very well said. Okay, we do have a motion. Okay. Okay, motion 1. It's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Thank you. All right. Okay, and now to adopt the balance of number 1. On favor? Carried. Our next motion is on AU 12.2 by Councillor Holyday. It's on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item as amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. We will now do quick releases. If we can clear the screen.
Speaker, while you're waiting to clear the screen, I can release one.
Okay, Councillor Perks?
Yes. I held member motion 4513. I can release that. Staff have answered my questions.
Okay, Councillor Perks is releasing MM 45.13. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Chair. I am releasing a hold that was placed by Councillor Pasternak.
MM 45.5.
Yes, he had to leave the meeting and sent me a message with asking me to release it. Councillor Lai and Councillor Mantis will be very happy to hear that.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll is releasing MM 45.5. On favor?
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote?
please.
Okay,
Chair,
recorded
can we have a
vote.
recorded
vote?
Yes, recorded vote.
There's an echo in here.
Councillor Perruzza, may we have your vote, please? Members participating
I'd like to-
remotely, can you please make sure that your cameras are on when you are voting? Thank you. And Councillor Robinson will call for your vote momentarily.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Mihevc, are you present and participating in the meeting? If so, can you please turn your camera on? One last call for Councillor Mihevc. If you're present in the meeting, can you please indicate your presence in the chamber by turning on your camera or verbally confirming? Thank you. And Councillor Robinson, may we please have your vote verbally?
Yes, the affirmative.
Thank you. The item carries. The vote is 16-1.
Okay, if we can, Councillor Bailao.
Yep, Madam Speaker.
Did you want to do a quick release?
I don't think I have anything else to release.
Well, actually, you do. Planning and Housing, PH 34.6, you held it down, Development Application Fee Review.
I've released that.
Did you release that?
Yeah, I released that at lunchtime.
Oh, okay, sorry.
We voted on it.
Okay, sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Holiday.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. MM 45.21, which is the request of the province to amend the Housing Services Act to support rent geared to income tenants in an apprenticeship program. Thank you to Deputy Mayor Bailao. We have agreed on a one-word amendment. If I could ask the clerks to put that. I added the word qualified apprenticeship programs. And I'm good with it. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Bailao, you're okay with that amendment? Yes, okay. So we have the amendment on the screen by Councillor Holiday on MM 4521. On favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Perks, you already released yours, right? Okay. Councillor Grimes, are you here? Councillor Grimes, are you here? No? Oh, he's gone, okay. So, members' motion MM 4552, moved by Councillor Grimes, second by Councillor Crawford. Councillor Crawford, can you move it?
Yes, I'll move it on Councillor Grimes' behalf.
Okay, on favor?
Voting, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Crawford, came to my attention that legal has an amendment on it. Would you be willing to move that?
Yeah, I can move the amendment too. If we can see it up on screen, please.
Yeah.
You know what? That's not a quick release. I'd like staff from the planning office to comment on this. This is a big weird approval that I think we just need staff to say at least 2 words if it's a good thing or if they would recommend it or not.
Okay, so let's hold it down.
I'm sorry, like it was added 2 hours ago. So
Okay, the next one is MM 4553. Councillor Bradford, was your motion second by Councillor McKelvey? Would you like to?
Sorry, Speaker, I had an amendment for that. I sent it.
You had an amendment on the motion by Councillor Bradford and Councillor McKelvey?
Correct. I just added my pool, Riverdale, on there, please, to report to Toronto and Eastern. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't believe we have that amendment, Councillor Fletcher.
It was sent to I sent it to Senator to, you know how you send the motion to the clerk?
Okay, we'll have to hold it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Brad.
Okay, so we'll go back to the agenda, and so we were in the middle of PH 34.18. Councillor Filion spoke on the item, but I understand that Councillor Robinson, you wanted to ask questions on it. Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so questions.
So to city staff, does the province or city currently provide any supports to residents trying to navigate the OLT?
I can respond, Madam Speaker. So there used to be an agency that was established by and funded by the province, but was independent of the province and helped residents. That is no longer in existence.
So, you know, you hear from residents that the only advice they receive is to seek legal advice and to, you know, carry the bill. Not helpful, but you're saying there's basically no recourse or support or help for residents in the city.
In our report, we have recommended some things that could assist. But yes, there's no independent advisory body for residents.
Currently. And
Yes.
so right now, as it stands, the only way they can proceed is to retain their own legal counsel.
Legal counsel is not required for participants or parties. However, if they would like to have legal counsel, then yes, they would have to retain their own.
Okay. So you think you can have a successful case if you don't have a legal counsel as a party?
I can't really comment on that. Certainly, it's always helpful to have legal counsel.
Well, the developer does. And as you said, one recommendation is to request that the province bring back the local planning support center. That's a great concept, recommendation. If that doesn't happen, where will we be? If this doesn't, your recommendation doesn't happen, where will the residents of the city sit?
They will be where they are today, although there are some other recommendations in the report about increased information sharing that could assist the residents.
Amongst themselves?
I would ask Kelly Matsumoto to comment on some of the other suggestions in the report about sharing information with residents.
Sure. So we were talking specifically in the context of a mediation, but I think Councillor Robinson, you're talking beyond that. You're thinking also in non-mediation situations, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So I think we do offer. We focus mostly on mediation related, but that is. I think another thing that we could include in any of the information packages that we put together is sort of a guide to the OLT or something of that nature, if that would be helpful to people. That's something we can certainly take back and think about.
Okay, but right now, as it stands, there would be no support.
No, I mean, they unfortunately, as we have to always tell people, we can't represent them because we represent the city and our interests aren't always aligned. But we do try to help people sort of, you know, just understand what it will be like when they are at the OLT, so that they understand sort of that it's kind of a very formal process and what it's like. But we obviously cannot offer them any assistance other than to suggest that they hire a lawyer or a planner.
Okay, and I wanted to ask about the AIC, the Application Information Center. I've heard from a lot of people it's very confusing to navigate. Has a lot of dated information, even referencing the OMB hearings. Can you comment on that?
Through the speaker, Councillor Robinson, there are some limitations to some of the information on the AIC, and we're constantly trying to improve and take people's recommendations for constant improvement on that. Some of it's limited by some of the software that backs it up. And as we modify and modernize some of our back of house software, we'll be able to improve some of the information we present on the AIC. It's a constantly evolving project that that we know is a key portal, and certainly being able to phone somebody and get more direct information via email is something that we make sure we try to do.
So if residents have hard deadlines to register for OLT proceedings, but the city's main resource for development is the AIC, does that not make it challenging for the poor residents trying to navigate all this?
Well, again, there is some information related to active applications and planner contacts and other contacts that we make available. And I think we are in constant contact with residents associations, especially when we know there are issues around appeals. There's a lot of discussion that happens between the city staff and residents engaged in appeals. And we do try to make ourselves available.
That was your last question. Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Now, Councillor
I
Filion.
actually had 15 more seconds, but.
No, it was over 5. I'm sorry, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Filion, you already spoke. Did you have a question? Because Councillor Robinson would like to speak.
No, I don't. I spoke and moved motion, so I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Robinson, would you like to speak?
Yes, I would if I can. So I firstly want to thank staff for bringing these recommendations today. I think they're excellent. And certainly in my ward and many other wards, we have an increasing number of applications that are being appealed to and approved by the OLT. So developers are now designing their applications with an appeal in mind, knowing full well that the city will not support their proposals. And we're dealing with a number of these applications in Leaside, where developers are taking applications to the OLT even before the community consultation meetings. So it's pretty flattening to hold a community consultation meeting knowing it's already proceeded to the OLT. People are wondering why they're spending an evening debating and talking about something when it's already gone to the appeal body. It's very disillusioning for residents, and I've heard from them, many residents who are engaged on a number of applications, about their frustration about the lack of communication and clarity around the OLT procedures. Public participation in the process is hindered by also a lack of transparency. So we're asking residents to take on a significant cost, hiring lawyers, just to ask basic questions about the process. And that's unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. That is David and Goliath. And it's unfair that they have to absorb those costs, and residents are getting very frustrated with this process. The OLT, as we all know, it's a provincial body, but we also need to be looking at what we can do to provide some clarity and support to residents. So as I mentioned earlier, the AIC, the Application Information Center, which is the primary resource for the public on local planning matters, is outdated and it is not comprehensive. Applications which have been appealed still have their status listed as OMB appeal. This body hasn't called the OMB, this body hasn't been called the OMB in, I think, since 2018, and yet that's what the AIC says. So again, unacceptable. That staff need to deal with that immediately. So I'm very happy to see this report, that we're working on the process. It's important to continue to work toward greater transparency for residents navigating the OLT. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to thank Councillor Robinson and Councillor Filion for bringing this up. And I know it's late in the day, but I think this is a crucial issue. We have now a farcical planning process in Toronto. because it doesn't include the fact that there's a new step in the process. And that's called the direct application to the Ontario Land Tribunal, which is happening. That's what they're all doing. And we haven't told the public that this step exists. They don't know. They, like Councillor Robinson said, they still think it's the OMB. It's in our own literature, OMB. So they asked me, oh yeah, the OMB. I says, no, that was a few years ago. Then there was what the intermediate thing was, the Ontario Land Tribunal, was it? Anyways, they don't even know there's a Ontario Land Tribunal and what its powers are. And we don't even, when we put out notices for public meetings, we don't include that that's a possible step and what that step is that developers are all doing now. They're bypassing, as Councillor Robinson said, they're bypassing the public. So we have the public meetings. We send out, the developer pays for the notification. We send out all these notifications, hundreds of them, and people are told, well, the developer, the applicant isn't here. And they say, what? It's his application. No, he doesn't have to be here now because he has or she has gone directly to, and they say, what is the Ontario Land Tribunal? And I know we can't change that process whereby now developers are saying the heck with the city, doesn't count. We're going directly to the Ontario Land Tribunal. But at least we can let people know, and I think this is a motion I put forward a couple of months ago, asking for some information from our planning department, from our communications department, City of Toronto, to go out to the residents of Toronto explaining that this has changed, that there is now a new process in place where developers are saying, we don't have to go to the public meetings, we don't have to pay attention to what the city's bylaws are. We've got new provincial plans, everything from Bill 108 to Bill 109. That's a beauty. And I know Mr. Lintern had a great comment in the paper one day, and he said, getting approval for these massive developments is not like ordering a pizza. But that's what it's becoming. It's like becoming pizza planning. That's what's happening in the city now. I'll close with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I need a motion by Councillor Holiday. Okay. We'll put the motion on the screen. There it is. Okay, the City Council extend the meeting in order to complete the agenda. Is everyone in favor? Okay, thank you, carried. So now, yeah. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, I want to build on what Councillors Robinson and Cole were saying, and I want to thank Councillor Fillion also for his leadership on this. Developers have essentially kind of pro forma, like baked into their ambitions, the possibility, if not even the opportunity, of going to the Ontario Lands Tribunal. They will budget for the lawyers. They will budget for the expert planners. Communities don't have that opportunity. They can't take the same type of time off work. They can't pass the hat around in the same way as the developers can. And ultimately, they're at a systemic disadvantage when it comes to being able to even hope for an equal playing field. They don't. It's unequal. Premier Wynne, right at the end of her time as Premier, listened to our advocacy and brought forward substantive reforms to what was the Ontario Municipal Board, and it became the Local Planning and Appeals Tribunal, which was not, it wasn't utopia, but it was one heck of a lot better. And with it came the Resource Center that was referred to earlier to provide communities, environmental advocates, others, with the opportunity to have at least a little more of a level playing field with resources and knowledge to be able to at least have a fair shake at the hearing. And what surprised me recently here at council is that I always thought that that was council's position, that we wanted reforms to the appeal tribunal, that we wanted a fair playing field for our residents. But recently, after 2 prior efforts that were successful at council, we brought forward another motion with respect to the Ontario Lands Tribunal, not to abolish it, but to ask for significant reforms, including council's position that we would like it to become a genuine appeal body rather than a faux appeal body, because Doug Ford now allows it once again to entertain de novo evidence. That there should be an error in law similar to the judicial system to allow for an appeal hearing rather than just because a developer thinks they'll have a better shot there or have a do-over there. And what this council did is that it sank that motion. I think it sent it to executive to kind of just let it fizzle away somewhere. And I think the reason they did that is because it was mischaracterized by some as somehow anti-housing. What Councillor Robinson and Councillor Cole understand well, as do I, is that in Midtown Toronto, it's not a matter of pro-housing or anti-housing. There's lots of housing being proposed and approved. That's not the question. There isn't enough affordable housing. There aren't enough school spaces. There isn't enough access to childcare. There aren't enough parks. The 3 of us talked about this earlier. This is about every resident, whether you're an existing neighbor or a new neighbor, having a good quality of life. And we are playing catch up. And we're playing catch up because Toronto doesn't actually control its own land use planning policies. We are subject to what is prescribed by the province. We are infantilized. Bill 108, Bill 109. You know what Bill 109 is going to do? It's not going to speed up development or provide more housing. As Councillor Cole referred to Greg Lintern's comments, it's going to slow it down. It's going to make a mess. It's going to have a long queue at the OLT because our staff have been told that unless they complete a final report within an arbitrary 90 days, we're going to lose all the fees, the very fees that would pay for the staff to do the work, ironically. I mean, the Ford government has made a mess of this process, and the very least we can do is fight to ensure that we and our communities have the ability to at least have a reasonable possibility of having a fair shake at the OLT. I'll conclude by saying, though, that the OLT and the planning process we have today is tailored for the development industry. It is the product of development industry donations over decades. That is the planning process that we have in Ontario. So the most minor thing that we could do is provide
5 seconds.
citizens with a better ability to be able to speak up for their communities. But this is not about housing versus anti-housing. This is about actually having an equitable, fair, and progressive planning process that includes the ability of communities to be able to be at the table.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll put Councillor Fillion's motion on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Our next item is DM 45.1, 4175 Four Winds Drive. Councillor Perruzza, do you have questions to staff? Councillor Perruzza? Pardon? Okay, does anybody have any questions? Okay, to speak, Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, Speaker, I just want to pick up a bit on what some of my colleagues have said. And Councillor Cole said it probably best yesterday. What we have is a planning process, and what this settlement and this report that you have in front of you today demonstrates, is we have a planning process that basically has gone off the rails. So we got this, Toronto, the way Toronto built out, you had a downtown, you had these suburbs where Councillor Carroll lives, where they built in these cul-de-sacs, different kind of living, right? So suburban living, people kind of like lived on in a house with a garage and a backyard, they could do a barbecue and the rest of it, right? And planners back then played a role in planning, because planning was also connected to the lifestyle that was sold to folks and that people came to desire. But what we have had over time is a transfer of planning in the city from planners essentially to lawyers. Planning is no longer done by planners. Planners sit around and review information that's provided by developers and developers consultants. So a developers consultant goes out and tries transportation study X, tells you what the counts are. What can the city plan? What can the city transportation services technician do except read that study and say, yeah, makes sense. We're okay with that. Does he go out and do the counts himself? No. Do we provide the resources for the city's transportation consultants to go out and do the counts themselves? No, absolutely not. So you accept, right? Then we go out and we say, let's create a secondary plan in this area. Let's think about how this community might grow over the next 5, 10, 15 years, and what it would need to grow, and how do you preserve and protect the character of neighborhoods, and how you make it work. That's what the planner goes out and does. Produces the secondary plan, the Keel-Finch Plus study plan, secondary plan went through this council. You all said, yip, yip, hooray to it when it came here. And then what does the first developer do when in dealing with that? He says, he didn't appeal the plan, didn't disagree with the plan, didn't come to a single meeting over the span of 2-3 years while that plan was being produced and say, oh, no, that doesn't make sense for my site. No, he says, you know what, when the time comes, we'll deal with it. Exactly that. Brings in a plan that blows up the secondary plan, right? Just says, right? Now, is it planners that are going to say, what are the planners going to say to that? What are the planners going to say to that? They're going to say, look, he's got all the right reports. He's got all the right stuff. Check, 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 check. And capitulate. Say, I give up. I'm done. I'm good. So where does the plan go? Where does that development go? It goes down to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Who's going to do that planning? It's the lawyers. It's not the planners. The lawyers, they're going to come together and say, what do you think? What should you get? What should I give? What should, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not even about something to build. I think it's just about upping the value of the site here, personally. But there's an economic component to this. It's very, very slippery. None of you have really thought about it. You all talk about affordable housing, and you all talk about interest rates and recession and how we need to curb land values because they're going up exponentially. If you calculate the per square foot land value in a development, and let's say it's $40 a square foot in our area, and you double the density, the next guy who's going to sell a plot of land is going to want double the money.
Because that's what $40 a square foot times 2 equals.
5
Double
seconds.
the money. So what does it do to land values? It jacks them up.
5 seconds.
You're busting through. You're running a train through land values, exponentially increasing them when you do this, when you capitulate planning to lawyers.
Councillor Perruzza, thank you. Thank you.
I'd like a recorded vote on this, Madam Speaker.
Sure. Recorded vote. It's the report. Councillor Coe, it's the report.
Madam Speaker, I didn't get the vote. I want to vote on this. It just disappeared my vote. Did I send it? Red? Me? No? But it changed my vote. But it changed my vote.
So you know where it says blue, change my vote? Press that. Oh, you're welcome.
The item carries. The vote is 14-3.
Okay, our next item, Councillor Holiday, is EY 32.11, pedestrian crossing on Dundas.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Do you have questions to staff?
I do.
Okay, if we can bring staff to the floor, thank you.
For transportation, I see Sean Dillon. Sean, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Sean, I have 4 questions for you. This is a controversial item in the neighborhood, and it would be really helpful to get some information from you that wasn't necessarily contained in the staff report. So why has staff recommended the installation of this pedestrian crossing, and what did you mean by the environmental factors in the report that you've sent to council?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through the chair. When we talk about the environmental factors, we're looking at issues beyond the technical numerical warrant. So we're looking at things like road width, posted speed limit, operating speeds, the adjacent land uses, things of that nature. At this location in particular, some of the key elements that were sort of involved in our recommendation was the very long distance between existing crossing protections on Dundas. We've got about 1.2 kilometers between the 2 existing signals. We've got a serious or significant pedestrian desire line between a residential community and schools and parks in the area. We've got about 80% of pedestrians that were observed crossing were delayed by more than 10 seconds before they could find an acceptable gap. And we have very high volumes and high operating speeds on Dundas.
Thank you. Why did you choose this exact intersection of Dundas, Old Oak, and Wimbledon? And you could put the lights a little more over in front of the park. You could even put them a little further over, at the base of Kingsway, which tees into Dundas Street. But you've come with a recommendation on this exact spot. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Sure. Thanks again for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. Through our observations, we found this to be the most logical location based on the observed pedestrian activity. When we looked at the area, we don't see any pedestrian generators in close proximity that are not at the intersection that would create any desire line away from the intersection. And so this location was will best serve the existing and future pedestrian needs.
Thank you. And why didn't the city do a really comprehensive area-wide study the traffic and the conditions in the neighborhood and what would happen before and after. And, you know, why didn't we do a public consultation on whether or not we should put a crossing in? You know, what does it take to do that kind of work? And what do you think it would tell us if we did it?
So yeah, we do not typically conduct area-wide studies when considering a site-specific traffic concern, as it would really be an ineffective use of staff time. Yes, it may be possible to generate a massive traffic model, determine what the anticipated impacts might be of this signal on the adjacent streets, but it would be a huge staff effort, and the results would really not impact our recommendations. There's a significant pedestrian demand across Dundas in the area, and without another controlled crossing in the area, the nearest one's about over 600 meters away, providing a safe option for pedestrians would continue to be the priority at this location.
Thank you. And I have one last question. Some members of the community are worried that the new controls will attract more motor vehicle traffic. It would be a convenient spot to make a left turn. And I understand that. Could you tell me what your experience suggests would happen at this location? And, you know, how would we deal with those issues if they arise?
Sure. Thanks again, Deputy Mayor. While we often do see some increase in side street traffic when a new traffic control signal is installed, I don't anticipate a significant increase at this location. We have a very low volume of existing side street traffic, and any increases could be very easily accommodated. You know, we're looking at those southbound left turns, about 122 or 131 over an 8-hour period. So very, very low volume of traffic. And, you know, yes, residents are correct. They could see a slight increase, but, you know, not expecting that would have any significant impact on the corridor. If it did result in cut through traffic, as residents are concerned about, it would likely be because of poor performance of the intersection of Islington and Dundas, sort of forcing people to look for alternative routes. And if that were the case, we could certainly look at signal timing adjustments there to serve that maneuver better and pull traffic back onto the major arterials.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to Mr. Dillon. May I speak on the item?
As there are no other questioners, you can proceed. I'll reset your clock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I really would like to acknowledge that there is divided opinion in the community, the Kingsway community, about this new control. I understand there's history, quite a bit of history of people concerned and wanting to have a traffic control or pedestrian crossover investigated. That process has taken us to where we are today. Members, we have a decision to make before us at council. There's a staff recommendation to install a new pedestrian crossing. It is here in front of us. We have to make that choice. I believe, and based on the answers to the questions to Mr. Dillon I just asked, you know, that they've brought us an objective assessment as to whether or not they think there needs to be a traffic light installed there, which would function as a pedestrian crossing. I do want to acknowledge the concerns of the residents. I do want to acknowledge that folks wanted to have a larger consultation on this to bring in some opinions on what people feel about this, but I think we would find that is quite divided. And as Mr. Dillon indicated, if you bring opinions into this, you lose the objectivity of what they've done to bring the study to this point. And any resultant delay means that traffic control, that pedestrian crossover, isn't installed on a major arterial, and that continues to put pedestrians at risk. So I will be supporting the installation of these lights, but I want to ensure that the residents in the area understand that they have my full support and attention on this, that should things change, that should there be a negative impact, even though the staff have some experience on this, that we will remain committed to dealing with those and remain committed to improving the situation in the neighborhood and on the larger network, including the arterial roads, to ensure that traffic operates smoothly and pedestrians in our community are protected. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With that, I will request that this item be considered.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. So you're moving the item? Councillor Holiday? Yes. Okay, on favor? Carried. Okay, so our next item is MM 4526, which was a member's motion by Mayor Tory, and we did agree that we were going to combine it with MM 4510. Pardon? Yes, 4526 and 4510. So Councillor McKelvey, understand that you wanted to speak on 45 on the item?
I had questions of staff.
Okay, questions to staff.
Great, thank you. Is there a service standard or target date for when city water fountains and bathrooms, except those under capital repair, are scheduled to be open?
Through the speaker, it's Paul Johnson here. So the target for the standard for washrooms is May the 24th, assuming that they're into capital repairs. And so this year there were a number that were not able to be open because they needed repairs. In terms of the drinking fountains, the ones that are attached to the washrooms go into operation at the same time as the washrooms. Those that are not attached to the washrooms, the target is by the end of June.
So what is the average date by which city fountains and bathrooms have been opened over the past 10 years?
By the May long weekend for the washrooms, the drinking fountains, all of them by the end of June. But as I mentioned, the ones that are attached to the washrooms or connected to the washrooms, those ones would have been by the May long weekend, and that's been the service level for the last 10 years.
What is the cost per water fountain and bathroom to decommission in the winter and then bring it back online in the spring?
So through the speaker, all of the work that goes on with that, including all 2,000 of the assets that we'd be talking about here in water are out of the budget. So the approximate breakdown for washrooms and water fountains is about 1.4 million. The total package for all of the water assets is around 3 million, and that includes the opening and the decommissioning of those pieces on each year. So we don't break it down by fountain, by washroom, but if you want to use an approximation, staff have indicated it's about 1.4 million on an annual basis for washrooms and water fountains.
Okay, so that's the total city budget.
Through the speaker, correct.
How many staff are dedicated to performing this work?
Through the speaker, we have on staff 9 irrigation technicians, 11 plumbers, and 4 forepersons. And there are some additional costs. So that the total staff costs, that gets to be about 2.4 million of the total 3 million for all our water assets. And there are some non-salary costs, fleet, equipment, materials, and supplies that make up the balance of the 3 million.
Okay, and can you confirm that the information that that was in that motion has been shared with the councillor that was asking for it?
Through the speaker, yes, I can.
Okay, and then have you seen the motion brought forward by the mayor and myself asking you to look at opportunities to open things up faster next spring?
Through the speaker, yes, I have, and obviously the PFNR team has as well. So we've seen that motion.
Great, and so you're willing to look for those opportunities to advance this?
Through the speaker, absolutely. We take this seriously. We understand, and certainly through the pandemic, the call for, access to these public spaces as soon as is possible is something we understand for sure. We're willing to look at that and see how we can do it. Recognizing that that may have a budget impact, and also recognizing that in terms of some of the infrastructure, there will always be a time constraint that we have to work under. Many of the assets are not meant and not able to be turned on year round, so we have to wait until the appropriate time of year in order to make it happen. But we absolutely are committed to taking it away and seeing how we could improve upon that.
Okay, thank you for your work on this. Thank you for responding to those questions to the councillor that is asking them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, questions?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm going to build off some of those questions that came from Councillor McKelvey. The first being, this isn't an easy process. I think a lot of people assume it's just going in, turning on an underground, like shutting off your water to the back of your house, to your garden in the spring. or in the fall, it's not the same thing. You flush the line out, you may disconnect some piping. Is that right, Mr. Johnson?
Through the speaker, absolutely. There are a number of factors. These are not easy pieces. And then the other thing is inevitably each year, because of the volume of assets, we're talking about 700 drinking fountains and parks. We're also talking about 187 parks, 140 of which are seasonal. There's always things that we need to address, break fix issues along the way. So it's not as simple as turning on the tap.
And you do it too early, and all of a sudden you get a broken line and you spend 2-3 months fixing the line, and we don't have something that works all summer, right?
Through the speaker, yes, we cannot commence the work until we're clear of the frost.
Gotcha. And when does the frost clear? When can that work start?
Through the speaker,
it can't be May. Like it can't be May. We're talking April-ish, right? You plant your Councillor Cole plants his tomatoes in, you normally plant your tomatoes in May, but you can start working the ground.
You got to wait for the queen. When the queen comes, May 24th, that's when you plant the tomatoes.
So got it. So it's about the April timeframe, I suspect we start thinking of putting Armand to that work. Is that fair to say?
Through the speaker, yeah, that would be fair. Obviously, it changes year to year with the weather, but yes, that's a fair assessment.
So irrigation technicians, is that a plumber? Are they working on field irrigation, or are they working, like, who's turning on the taps? Someone goes to turn on a tap. It's not going to be an irrigation specialist, is it? Is it going to be a plumber?
Through the speaker, yeah, the work would be divided appropriately amongst those folks that are there. I can't get into too much of that technical detail. I don't know that piece, but yes, it's the right people doing the right work.
I wouldn't know that either. And the 4 people are making sure that the others are doing their job, right?
Through the speaker,
so,
correct.
Right now, we still have water fountains that aren't turned on, and I don't suspect, like, this is their busy season, I imagine, for the plumbers in PFR as they're turning everything on. I don't suspect we've got they're taking week-long vacations in between, are they?
No, through the speaker, this is work that is done as flat out as can be done, and it's important to recognize that right now, as we meet here today, there's only 6 that we're unable to do, and 4 of them washroom wise, and 4 of them we've actually managed to get open. So only 2 remain closed, and that's due to capital construction. And then
as of a couple weeks ago, you had about 1/3 of your water fountains not turned on. Is that about right?
Yeah, correct. And we have about 5% through the speaker that are still not operational because they need to be repaired.
But these guys are working full work days. They're not part-time. We couldn't reorganize their schedule. Do they have other duties that we could reorganize so that they could put more attention to water fountains? Or that's their job for this part of the year, right?
Through the speaker, absolutely. And I can confirm that they are working at this stage over and leading up into the stage overtime and weekends.
Of course, like they've done every other year. Now, here's my last question. And I thank you for the other information. It wasn't first going to come as a motion. It was going to come as an administrative inquiry, which would have made more sense. But here's a motion. And then the mayor moved a motion that said, just do it. There's no mention of money here. From that questioning, and if we were to try to speed up the activation of assets, and I think I heard this in your question to Councillor McKelvey, we would likely require to bring on additional plumbers to turn this equipment on. If we said we wanted to do 2 weeks faster, correct?
Through the speaker, it's our initial sense that absolutely there would be resources required if we were to need to do this faster. We would look at all the ways we could speed it up, but our sense is that additional resources would be required at our initial analysis.
Of course they would, and I don't think we'd expect any less. So I think if there was a request in here, if we were to increase the standard, that would a request for some kind of budgetary implication or to inform council of one, that would probably be the appropriate way of doing it, right?
Through the speaker, we would for sure like to come back and make sure that we can give you the sense of how we're going to invest in that.
That was
sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask, through you, Madam Speaker, to staff, is the following true or not? For this summer, all of our washrooms were open by May 24th, and all water fountains have now been activated.
Through the speaker, the way presented, no, because there are some washrooms that required repair, and so 2 of them remain open because of that. So all that did not require repair, washroom wise, were open by the 24th. And from a water fountain perspective, my understanding from staff is that about 5% remain inoperable because of repairs. So the way it was stated, the answer is no. There are still some that aren't operational. They are not operational because we haven't got to them yet. They're not operational because they are broken and they require repair.
So there certainly is information in the response referring to the bathrooms that are in poor repair. But it reads, for this summer, all of our washrooms were open by May 24th. You would agree that that's incorrect?
So the response that it did say all of the washrooms were open by May the 24th, and went on to say a few washrooms are down for repair and approximately 5% are not operational from a fountain perspective because of mechanical issues.
Yeah,
So,
but not all the washrooms were open on May 24th. Is it true that all water fountains have now been activated?
Through the speaker, no, there continue to be some water fountains that are not operational because they need to be repaired.
Well,
and we are working through water fountains. The goal is by the end of June for water fountains, and we remain here not quite yet at the end of June. So there may be some that are not operational by the end, not right now because we're not at the end of June yet, and then there are others that are not operational because they need to be repaired.
I'm just reading back what y'all wrote to me, so our service level supports washrooms being opened by the May long weekend, drinking fountains by the end of June. Do you think that's reasonable? Like, it's often hot, throughout June. Typically in Southern Ontario, the thaws roughly around the May long weekend, or at least the last one. With higher service standards and resources, could we improve on that?
So through the speaker, I think that's absolutely something that could happen with more resources, more people to do the work. This is a volume issue. So the number of things we have here at the City of Toronto to operationalize with more resources and more people in the field, it goes to suggest that those things could be opened sooner, assuming the weather is fine, which it is.
So it's our choice. Like, we're making choices.
Through the speaker, given the allocations that are there and recognizing this is for not just washrooms and fountains, but for 2,000 water assets, we are doing the best we can with those resources. And the service standard has been a similar service standard for many years. That can change. Our suggestion is that there will need to be an investment to make that happen.
To your knowledge, has the general manager or anyone at Parks ever come to council during the budget process with a request for better investment into this infrastructure, into the service standards, to be able to bring the ones that are broken into better repair and to advance the service standards to better support residents' needs, the basic needs that they have, including drinking water when it's hot and going to the restroom?
So through the speaker, I'd need to go away and get the answer to that question. I do know through the pandemic, things were brought forward as to how we could improve access. But in terms of the sort of core assets, no, I need to go away and have that conversation.
Thank you. So just to be clear, it is not a fact that all washrooms were open by May 24th. It is not a fact that all water fountains have now been activated. It is a fact that there are a few that are down for repairs, and that some of the water fountains
That was
are
your-
inoperable due to
That was your
mechanical
last
issues.
question.
Thank you.
So through the speaker, if I can just clarify, all those that were operational, washroom-wise, were open by the 24th. All the fountains that are operational will be open by the end of June. The ones that are not open or not operational are because they require repairs, and we will get at those as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you. I just have one question. So the ones that you're saying require repairs, are they, were they damaged like through the winter? Is that why we have so many that have, that need to be repaired?
Through you to you, yes, it's often weather related. It's some of these represent aging infrastructure. They are turned on and turned off every year. As seasonal assets with this volume, you're always going to have those issues manifest itself is my experience from the past as well. So you just have so many, particularly on the drinking fountain front with 700 of them. It really is a product of closing and opening these things on a seasonal basis.
Okay, are there a lot that are vandalized too?
That's a piece I don't have. I don't have a lot of information on. We can certainly look into that. Does it happen? Yes. Would I characterize that as being the majority versus normal issues with turning off and turning on? No. So I think vandalism plays a part, but it's not the majority of the reason why they would be inoperable.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll go to speakers if we can put names on the list. Councillor Thompson? His name is there, but I don't. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a motion. The clerks could display it, please. Thank you. That the City Council amend recommendation 1A and 1B so that they now read grass cutting, particularly on sports field earlier and on a more frequent basis in keeping with the principles of the biodiversity strategy and pollinator strategy. B, I've included splash pads and a sentence saying, and extending the length of the season so that we go on the opposite side to lengthen the time that this equipment is on, with the goal of opening facilities as soon as it is possible after the risk of frost has passed, but with a target of the end of May at the latest. And then finally, adding to the City Council add the following parts to recommendation 1. E, should any additional resources be required to meet any determined service level standard changes related to these items, a request be brought forward through the 2023 operating and capital budget forestry for parks, forestry, and recreation, and F, provide an update on plans to winterize parks washrooms during the 2023 budget process. I don't think I need to explain why I'm making any of these. The first one's related to cutting grass, and I know this came up earlier, but the reason why we cut grass late is because of pollinators. We don't, there's something called no mow May. Now, I didn't mow my lawn in May, although I'm not sure I would have anyhow. But it's important to let those pollinators that are still just developing as larvae in the ground, and to allow them to stay for a little bit more time. And so I just want to make sure sticking to those principles of the pollinator strategy and the biodiversity strategy. The second one, I think, while we want it to extend on the early end, we know we're going to have this same conversation in September, October when we start to shut stuff off. So let's make sure that we're doing it as much as we can throughout the seasons that we're able to. And let's set a benchmark for this. If we're around the end of May now, let's set a benchmark for it with it being targeting the end of May. I'm not setting it hard and fast, just trying to do my best to start setting some parameters for it. And then finally, there's a budget ask here. We can't just ignore the fact that there's a budget ask. So I have put it in there because I want it to come back. I don't want us to just kind of ask staff to do it and then not actually make sure that they have the resources to do that. And finally, on the winterizing parks washrooms, like that's a big part of it. We heard it. A lot of these facilities aren't winterized, which is why we have to decommission them. Let's make sure we winterize them. So this is important because more than ever, people are using our public spaces, which is a really good thing. But during heat waves, during just regular play at the park, when kids run up to those fountains, when individuals that are seeking hydration go up to those fountains and push that button and they get nothing out of it, they're cursing us, they're cursing their city who can't seem to turn them on fast enough. And I get it. It's much more complex than the Twitter sphere would have us believe. It's not just going and pushing a button and turning a tap on. There's a lot that goes into it. We can't just say, do it faster. We need to have a strategy to get it done faster. And that means, like, I'm no plumber. You don't want me going out there and figuring out how to turn this stuff on. I'm probably gonna break it. Just like if we had any old staff go out there, they'd probably break it too. Because it's complex putting some of this stuff back together, making sure it works properly. I acknowledge my shortcomings as a handyman. That being said, I want the right person to do it because I do also curse the city and my local counselor, which is me, when my kids have to go to the bathroom and that bathroom's not open and it's halfway through April or May. The same is true when I forget to bring my kids' refillable water bottle and then we're at a park and we can't get water and my children are saying they're thirsty. That was my fault, sure, but I also kind of depend on the city to provide those fountains, as many parents do. And it's not just parents with kids, it's seniors, it's people experiencing disabilities, it's just everyone is enjoying these spaces. So let's try to do a little bit better for them, shall we? Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, I honestly, Madam Speaker, I do need the clarification. So 1A says grass cutting, particularly on sports fields, earlier and on a more frequent basis. So that means more. And then Councillor Layton's comments, in keeping with the principles of the biodiversity strategy and pollinator strategy, said that you don't cut the grass in May. So that says two things in one sentence. I need to understand the councillor's intentions. Is it more or less cutting?
No, so first of all, Councillor Holiday, with respect, the first part of the motion is the mayor's motion. I'm adding on the second part. So I'm saying let's not just go ahead and start cutting sports fields faster without taking into consideration the other ecological benefits that those that it's tough calling grass supporting biodiversity. It just speak to an ecologist or anyone that understands biodiversity about that more to get the joke. I just want to make sure we're keeping in those principles. It has typically more to do with longer grasses, and on our sports fields we keep them quite short anyhow in the in-between season. One thing we could do, in fact, is probably mow them later into the season and make them more usable on that part, so that they don't become contributors to the places where insects like this would tend to lend themselves to their homes. So
just in plain English,
I'm very specific in the language there, just trying to say in keeping with the principles of.
Right, but just so councillors know what this means, the intention is to grow the grass longer and cut it less. That's what you just told us. I mean, it's just plain as can be. Is that what it means?
No. Councillor Holiday, that's not at all. That's not at all what I'm suggesting. The part of the motion is from the mayor saying cut it more frequently, particularly on sports fields. Yep. I'm suggesting that we want to make sure that if we do that, that we're in keeping with the principles of the biodiversity strategy. So don't let it grow long, so that what you're doing is cutting it down when when insects larvae are actually living there,
So don't cut it.
right?
I'm
No,
having a
that's
hard
not
time
what
with it. I have to admit, it's two different things.
That's fine. I'm sorry. Maybe you should sit down with our staff that are really actually responsible for the file. The original
Okay.
recommendation was have more frequent grass cutting. I just want to make sure that that doesn't have a detrimental impact on us achieving some of our other principles, including the biodiversity strategy and the pollinator strategy. And I believe there are ways to do that. So let's just try to make sure that we're not doing one thing with one hand and a completely opposite thing with the other.
Thank you.
A point of order.
Point of order?
Madam Speaker, I mean, I know it's complicated stuff, but I heard things in the comments that the biodiversity strategy and the pollinator strategy means you grow it longer and you cut it less. And no mow May is the statement I heard. So can you tell us if this is in order, if you can have two conflicting priorities in the same line?
Okay. I'll check it. Councillor.
This is absolutely in order. You don't need to check anything, Madam Chair.
Count.
This is absolutely in
Okay,
order.
Councillor Layton, thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
So I find it amazing and really unjustifiable that something like spending $2 million on putting private security guards in our parks didn't even initially come to council. And when Councillor Perks forced the issue, it was swiftly supported. But just the idea of resourcing basic needs in our parks, bathrooms and water, is this like this horrible debate. It's unjustifiable. My cat agrees, if you hear it in the background. And you know, even when I asked questions of staff about the basic service standards and the target dates, I get this response that's written in a way where it's like, oh yeah, all the bathrooms were open on May 24th, and you know, all the water fountains were on. Oh, but here's an asterisk. There's a few that were, you know, out of you know, they're in bad repair, and we had trouble with those. Why? Because we're not resourcing them, because we're not investing in them, because we're not winterizing them, because we're making choices. We're making choices to spend money elsewhere, and we're not investing well enough in our parks. We're not keeping them up. It shouldn't take until the end of June to get water fountains on. It just shouldn't. It doesn't have to. There's no reason. The pipes aren't freezing anymore. There shouldn't be bathrooms shut for winter maintenance when it's, you know, 90 degrees outside. Doesn't make sense. Like this shouldn't happen. How much money are we about to spend on FIFA? I mean, that's awesome that we're all going to play, you know, watch soccer here, but like these kind of things, we just sort of like, this is great, this is awesome. Yet it seems to be this agonizing debate about whether or not we're going to resource snow clearing well enough. You know, if we're going to resource bathrooms well enough. Like these are like basic things. I don't think we should even just limit ourselves to park bathrooms. I think we should do what most cities around the world do. David Miller tried to do this and he was laughed at, to have public restrooms elsewhere in the city, because humans need those things, right? And we serve humans. That's a basic need. Why is this such a big debate? I'm really happy to work with Councillor Layton and support his motion. I think it's really thoughtful. And I'm really glad that the mayor is now, after a lot of feedback, recognizing very publicly that what the state of the parks aren't good enough. But this is after, like, so many people at City Hall in this sort of defensive way, just being apologists for the status quo. Like every press conference, every time it's like, well, everything's being done in an orderly way. Everything's, everything's fine. We're getting to things in the way that they should be dealt with, and everything's going to be fine. But it's not fine. People know it's not fine. Like, not everybody has a backyard in the city. There are a lot of people, in particular tenants, people who live in apartments without even outdoor access at all sometimes, who rely on our parks as their backyards. This is where they go. They need a bathroom. They need water. It's hot outside. Frankly, I'd like to see them be able to have a drink with each other and not worry about, breaking the rules. I mean, I don't know. You see the frustration. And I hope that what comes out of this, not after a year, or after a few years, or after lots more debate, or lots of studies, or another $2 million into security guards, or millions of other dollars that go into all sorts of other things, that we just get on with improving access to bathrooms, making sure the ones that are in bad repair be in good repair, making sure that they're, that these basic things are accessible to people, and ultimately really focus on winterizing our bathrooms, so that we don't have to worry about the freeze every year. I mean, I think that's actually a better and longer term investment. Now, the questions that I have in my motion are the root of some of these problems that need to be addressed directly and with answers that are better. So I hope that all of this goes to the committee and we don't just kind of pretend that these have been answered and it's all over. Because it's not over, and frankly, the questions haven't been adequately answered. And I look forward to going to committee where it belongs, and then real budgetary actions taken to implement parks that support the people who live in our city.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you. I just want to speak very quickly in favor of the amendments that Councillor Layton moved. It's extraordinarily important. Large parts of the city of Toronto are turning into an ecological desert because we are eliminating the pollinators, which are a critical part of the ecosystem that allow flowering plants to bloom. And that's why it's so critical that we say you cut as soon as possible once you've established that you have a system in place for managing that pollinators have a niche to grow in. Not hard, not rocket science. But the other one that I wanted to speak to, which I think is the really critical piece, is we need to understand in real terms what it takes to get these bathrooms and drinking fountains to be all season. Now, some of the drinking fountains, obviously, you can't, but the bathrooms, you certainly can. It's not going to be cheap, but it is just basic fundamental infrastructure. There's a bylaw that we have on the books here that if you're running a business that has a bathroom and serves customers, the customers must be able to use that bathroom. You can't put up a sign that says employees only if you're serving customers in that location. And it's for a very good reason, which is that in a civilized place, you recognize that human beings have bodies and bodies have needs, and you accommodate them. The fact that we don't do that in our own infrastructure because of a history of treating our facilities as, something that is only for fun and not just, and therefore not recognizing just that we are living in bodies and have needs, was wrong. And it's been wrong for a long time. And it's time we fixed it. And getting mad at the deputy city manager because, a pipe broke, or the fountain had some kind of a problem with it, so it didn't turn on the way it was supposed to and it took longer. That's not the deputy city manager's fault. That's not the city staff's fault. It's the fault of a failure to invest in the right infrastructure year after year after year after year. It's the living example of you can't run a good city on the cheap. We have had debates here about whether we should invest more money in winterizing the recreation facilities so that the bathrooms are year-round. And we've been told, oh, it's really expensive. It's going to take forever to do, and we'll do a couple at a time. If you vote that way, this is what you get. So, if you're going to stand up today and say, You know, it's really important that we, let people go to the bathroom or have a drink of water. Be here at budget time. Don't vote for a budget that doesn't increase the revenues so that we can do things like this. That's how you solve this problem.
Thank you. I have to ask members of council to please turn on their video if you're here, because it's really difficult to manage council when we don't know if we have quorum or not. It makes it difficult for staff. So please turn on your video. Okay, looks like we don't have quorum, so we'll have to do a roll call again. I don't know. I mean, members of council know that if we were to complete this agenda, well, no, we're not going to come back tomorrow just for 2 items. Okay, recorded vote. It's just that if we can cut down maybe on the speakers. I mean, I know everyone like, I'm just trying to recommend that so we can get these items moved. And, some of these items, yes, I understand you want to speak on, but in light that these items may not get approved today, I think maybe we should try to speed it up a bit. Okay, roll call. We still have 4 items left, so if...
Madam Speaker, there is quorum present in the meeting. There are 15 members present.
Okay, we barely have quorum, so what I'm going to suggest to members, if we want to speed this up, maybe we can cut your speeches down to a couple minutes. Councillor Bradford.
Oh, Speaker, sorry. Oh, just before Councillor Bradford starts, I've been informed by the clerk for MM 45.53. I was trying to add Riverdale Pool. It can't happen. It's not relevant. So for Councillor Bradford, if he could quick release that, then it would be done. I'm sorry to hold that up, but I don't know if you'd consider doing that for him because I'm holding him up.
Okay, so let's just finish this item and then we'll release the 4553. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I will be brief as you suggested, but sitting here sort of listening to the discussions on a number of items this afternoon, these have been tough conversations. And I think all of us around here in the chamber, folks who work very hard as professionals in the civil service and Torontonians want us to do better as a city, want us to do more. And we have hopes and aspirations for our great city. But I did want to rise and just talk a little bit about the conversation and the tone that we have sometimes when we're working on these difficult and challenging problems. The tendency to oversimplify really complicated issues, the tendency to just sort of distill things down, to snap your fingers, make it happen. The suggestion that it's about priorities, it's about what you want to see here. And then to admonish our staff, our civil service, publicly on social media, to suggest that they're lying to us, to suggest that they're being dishonest, I think is inappropriate. And I think it's regrettable, and I think it's immature and unhelpful. These are difficult problems. They're difficult for staff too. And I've had lots of challenges working with staff, and you ask staff, I'm sure they will tell you they have lots of challenges working with me, but we work through them together. I don't air it out on Twitter. don't engage in name calling, and I don't think that helps us make progress on these difficult issues. Do we need to get the water fountains running and the bathrooms open sooner? Absolutely. We have a motion from Mayor Tory and the work that Jennifer McKelvey's doing at IEC, and a great amendment from Councillor Layton that calls for action and gets us moving in that direction. Not more reports, but taking action. But it's been my experience in 3.5 years, working with all of you in the chamber, working with our senior civil service, that we get more done when we work together, not when we dunk on staff and they're in a position where they can't defend themselves, not when we suggest that they're being dishonest, and not when we undermine the public's trust in our civil service and the City of Toronto. So that's my point. That's what I wanted to say. And I will certainly be supporting the mayor's motion amended by Councillor Layton and Councillor McKelvey and all the great work she's doing at IEC. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Okay, last speaker, Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So firstly, I want to thank Councillor Layton for his amendments to the motion by the mayor. I think those are helpful. I will clarify for those that were questioning. I think about doing it earlier, I agree it should be consistent with the biodiversity strategy, but I think we also need to recognize that spring is coming sooner and earlier every year under climate change. So maybe we do need to move it up the start, and maybe we can do that and be consistent with the biodiversity strategy. That's something worth looking at. The more frequent is because I had members of my community sending me photos last week or the week before of toddlers playing soccer in a soccer field, and the grass was as high as the toddler's knees and the soccer ball. So that's why we have the frequency in that motion. Also recognizing that we may have some improvements that need to be made under the grass cutting there. So thank you, Councillor Layton, for those comments. I won't be supporting a report back to IEC next month. I think that we've had the answers. I asked all those questions here today. We heard responses. The councillor that put them forward also has received the response from city staff. So that is already there and publicly available, either through watching this on YouTube or by looking at the councillor's Twitter feed. And so we don't need another report back to council, but we do need action. And the mayor's motion does that. It's action. It's saying, let's do better. Let's look at this carefully. So thank you to Mayor Tory for bringing that forward. Thank you for Councillor Layton for strengthening it. And then I just also want to echo what Councillor Bradford has said. It is not appropriate for us to accuse our public servants of lying. And in fact, I've looked at the response that was provided on Twitter, and it's very clear. It doesn't say all fountains are open, and it doesn't say all washrooms are open. What it says is, quote, "We aim to meet the standard or better when operationally feasible. For this summer, all of our washrooms are open by May 24th, and all water fountains have now been activated." But there's fine print, there's a comma, they qualify that. They then go on to say very clearly, a few washrooms are down for repairs, and approximately 5% of our total water fountains are currently inoperable due to mechanical issues would have been identified for repair. So the response was actually very clear about what's happening. Paul Johnson further clarified that today by saying that, you know, staff are out there, they are working on this, and hopefully we'll have all of these open again soon. So again, thank you to Councillor Layton. I'll be fully supportive of his motions, but I'm just not supportive of a report back to IEC, which is included in members' motion number 45. I just want to make sure I get the right number right, 4510.
Thank you. So we'll vote, and I just want to make a comment as well, and I agree with the comments by Councillor Bradford and Councillor McKelvey. To use Twitter and to make negative comments about our staff or to call them liars, I think is really inappropriate. And you know, and the member of council should retract those comments. I'm just appalled. Okay, the motion, we'll deal with MM 4526 first with Councillor Layton's amendment. Okay, let's do 10 first. Councillor Fillion, we're gonna vote. Yeah. Okay, on Counselor Matlow's motion, 4510, recorded vote.
The item does not carry. The vote is 7-10.
Thank you. Okay, so now our next one is MM 4526.
Point of order, please.
And being point of order?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I did, on Councillor Layton's amendment, I wanted to be able to vote on 1A separately on a recorded vote. This was the piece about the pollinators and biodiversity. Thank you.
Okay. So on MM 4526.
What do you got against bees, Holiday?
MM 4526. Okay, come on, let's move on, please. MM 4526, Councillor Holiday is asking that A be voted on separately. Recorded vote.
Councillor Mantis, can we please have your vote? Thank you. Part 1A of motion 1 carries. The vote is 15-2.
Okay, so on the remainder of the amendment by Councillor Layton, all in favor? Show of hands carried. Item is amended, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, I made a mistake on the vote on the amendment. I wanted to vote in the affirmative. Is there a way to correct the vote?
Okay, we'll reopen the
I'll
item.
move to reopen the
All
item.
in favor? Okay, carried. Okay, let's do it again.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, let's, we're just trying to get this agenda complete. Let's do it again. On the item, no, on the amendment. 1A, on 1A. Okay.
The revote on Part 1A of Motion 1 carries. The vote is 16-1.
Okay, so now as item is amended, recorded vote. Oh, do that again? Okay, on the balance of the amendment by Councillor Layton, all in favor? Show of hands carried. Now, on the item as amended, recorded vote.
I just heard the sounds of the grass machines turn on. There they go. Racing towards the field. Pollinated grass, wow.
On 52, that's Grimes' motion. We did advance circulate the motion. Can you just draw that to their attention when we?
Yeah.
The item as amended carries unanimously, 17 in favor.
Okay, now it's my understanding, Councillor Fletcher, you're going to release MM 4553 by Councillor Bradford and Councillor McKelvey?
You betcha. Yes, I am. Yes,
Okay.
I am. Yes, yes. Done.
On favor? Carried. Okay, now on item MM 4552, motion by Councillor Grimes, second by Councillor Crawford, there is a technical amendment that's going to be advanced circulated. So if members of council can please review that, because we're coming to that item soon. Our next item is MM 4528. Councillor Matlow, you held the item down.
I don't have questions, but I believe that Councillor Fletcher indicated that she did.
Councillor Fletcher, did you have questions on it?
On Cafe TO, yes, I did.
Okay, go ahead. We're at questions now.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, I think the general manager's here. We're looking to kind of beautify these spots, and sometimes they're pretty ugly with the those orange pylons. But one thing that's really ugly is when the cafe area has been set up and nothing's happened to it. And it's just a bunch of pylons, some dropped pieces of plastic, and it's been sitting like that for weeks and weeks. So I want to know, because the street looks like hell actually in a number of places. So what are the steps that you can take when someone isn't actually activating their cafe? And if we're worried, worried about how it all looks, let's start with how bad it looks right now in some cases.
Through the speaker to Councillor Fletcher, thanks for the question. We learned last year that there were a number of cafes that didn't actually utilize their on-street space. And so this year, we are requiring the operators to occupy and use their cafe within 30 days of it being installed, and that they use it consistently. So that is at least one meal service a day for a minimum of 3 times a week. And we are in the process of monitoring that pretty closely for this first 30 days. If they do not use it consistently, then we will begin to remove those that have not been used. And we've already, in consultation with restaurants, have taken out about 12 of them. So that's new this year that we will be doing that. We've communicated that clearly. We're trying, as always, to get people into compliance, but we recognize how valuable that curb space is. And to your point, we don't want the equipment there if it's not going to be used.
And you'd have to agree with me that it really looks like hell if it's just sitting around like that.
It really needs to be activated. That's the intention. I mean, we are one of the only cities in North America that implements Cafe TO or its equivalent in an adjacent to live lanes of traffic. So we require the safety equipment. It's critical to have the safety equipment. We have a bit of a partnership with the restaurants and through economic development and culture to have some resources. It's the cafe operators who put out their own equipment. And so we have design guidelines that specify what we think is appropriate design. We've modified those every year since the program has been in place. And we continue to work with our operators and the BIAs to try to improve that. But I absolutely agree with you that the equipment, when it is out there without anybody using it as a cafe, is not appropriate.
So are you just telling me that you can, you only have to have your cafe out 3 days a week and have one meal service? So I could have it out Thursday, Friday, Saturday, serve one meal and just leave it blank the rest of the time?
I mean, we do see that, you know, as we beefed up the safety equipment this year, based on what we found to be best practices. We have very heavy equipment out there. It's not something we can just pick up and put down, as well as the investment that the cafes have made. So we do know that there are a number of cafes that do activate for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, like you described. Mostly when they have the setups, they're doing, you know, lunch and dinner. But yes, one meal service a day, a minimum of 3 times a week is what we are, the minimum that we require.
And just for that, how will you advise people of A, the requirement, if this motion passes, that it has to look decent because it is public realm, and B, if they're not activating, that you'll be taking it out. So by the way, you have 5 days and then it will be gone.
So we've been communicating pretty consistently, and we also have our transportation standards officers who are out engaging and not only looking to make sure the setups are accurate, but that they're communicating with the business operators and again, trying to get them into compliance. I know that Economic Development and Culture is in conversations with the business improvement associations about hosting somewhat of a design charrette to engage the businesses and give them some options about good design options for cafes. So we can take some additional steps, which we plan to do pretty quickly here.
Would you agree with me that having a lovely design, or at least a good looking design, is important? Because many of the businesses beside the restaurant, they're not restaurant businesses. And if it looks really shabby and bad, it's going to reflect on the non-restaurant businesses in that strip who've already given up some space in order to support restaurants.
I think there's really only good reasons to have excellent design. I think there's a lot of options for restaurants to do that. I think there's all sorts of cost options, and this year, as I mentioned, Economic Development and Culture is got some resources through grant with the federal government to support businesses specifically. They have grants that they can have access to for some resources, so they don't have to be out of pocket. And yes, I would agree with you. It really enlivens the streetscape and makes it a very engaging place to eat when it's attractive.
Thank you. That was your last question. I just have one question. The Cafe TO, the permits are only for cafes, correct? Like,
for a sidewalk.
What cafes,
to you.
restaurants, right? I mean,
Oh, yes,
yeah,
Madam Speaker,
okay.
yes, to
So,
you, yes. That's
so when you drive down Dundas, we've got all of them. We've got hair salons, clothing stores. They all have the boarding in front of on the street. So it's not just cafes and restaurants that have these permits. Like, you got the whole block.
So in many locations, we actually have the businesses, the cafes themselves, and I think for the last 2 years, it was actually much more significant that there were restaurants that were setting up beyond their frontage. So there are some that continue to do that this year as an economic support. We've actually had some relatively significant pushback in some other locations, as you described, where the frontage is not for a restaurant. We've tried to accommodate businesses as best we can, make some decisions about how to utilize that curb space. But there are, in fact, this year, still some restaurants that do exceed their frontage. That's true, but they should be set up as restaurants, and it's an even more important reason why we are going back and have this 30-day rule, where if they're not going to set up, then we're going to remove the equipment.
Well, this is like a whole block, and you don't have restaurants. All you have is people are putting their clothing out, selling clothes.
Well, that is not the intention of the program,
Well,
Councilor,
I
so
know,
think
and that's
we'll
why I'm
follow,
questioning
we'll follow
this.
up with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll follow up with you as to the location.
I mean, they're using it just to have a sidewalk sale. That's what it looks like. Okay, thank you. That was my
absolutely
question.
not the intention.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. So, Councillor Fletcher, did you want to speak or just?
No, I'm happy with all the answers. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Matlow, you want to speak on it?
Yes, I have an amendment to my motion.
Do we have your amendment?
You do?
Can we put it on the screen, please? Okay,
And the
there it is.
amendment, thank you. The amendment is to address another priority that that my initial version of the motion did not address well enough, and I think it's incredibly important that it does, given the feedback that we are receiving from the accessibility community, to ensure that along with the the aesthetic purpose of the design guidelines, that accessibility be a priority, along with addressing concerns that have been raised for this season, which I'm sure all of us agree need to be a priority no matter what we do. The reason that I brought this motion forward in the first place is that, as Councillor Fletcher described very well, one of the few silver linings that have come out of the last 2.5 years is both City Council and the public's embrace of the cafe culture that we have wanted to emulate in Europe and around the world for so many years. Obviously, the principal reason that we supported Cafe TO, like many cities, was to provide a lifeline to businesses that could not serve customers inside to protect public health. But we wanted to provide them a safer alternative to serve people outdoors, to be able to remain open and to be able to pay their employees, to be able to survive as businesses. But through doing that, Torontonians fell in love with that cafe culture that I just described. It creates this animated, vibrant, fun streetscape that really brings our main streets to life. And as we made it more permanent, I think we were really thoughtful as a council and as a city to ensure that we supported that vibrancy and that animation, while still recognizing that we had to tweak things with respect to ensuring that where there needs to be parking, that we would allow for it, where there needed to be places for dropping off deliveries, that we would support that, and work with those businesses and those BIAs to make it work in the context of each street, rather than what we did the first 2 years, which was speedily rolled out to protect these businesses' survival. Now that it's a success, yes, continuing to evolve, but I think it's fair to say a success, we need to ensure that we focus on how it works with our streetscape and how it contributes to building a beautiful city. I think it's fair to say, and again, Councillor Fletcher described it really well, when you see these orange, what are they called, candlestick cones, and concrete, of course we need to design them safely, and they should be designed safely. But there are ways to design them safely that don't just look like construction hoarding. You can build the safety into a much more aesthetic design, rather than the aesthetic design being sort of shadowed by or covered up by tons of cones and concrete. And I think it would be really helpful to have design guidelines to contribute to the success of Cafe TO, BIAs, and businesses individually together. But again, the reason that I added this amendment with respect to accessibility is that we are hearing from advocates like Luke Anderson from Stopgap and others, who have provided us feedback that while all the best intentions have been there, that there are members of our community who are having difficulty accessing these new opportunities. And we want to make sure that whatever we do well. However we design beautifully and create a beautiful city. And however we do it, we design it to be inclusive and for everybody who calls the city home. So I hope that you'll support this request. And I look forward to the creativity and the innovation that will surely come out of these designs.
On the amendment, on favor? Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Matlow, all in favor, carried. On favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Our next one is MM 4543. It's a motion by Councillor Perruzza, and Counselor Holiday held the item down. Counselor Holiday? Oh, you just want to have a recorded vote. Okay, recorded vote. Recorded vote on MM 4543. Counselor Pruitt, it's your motion. No.
Counselor Bailao, may we have your vote, please? Item MM 45.43 carries. The vote is 14-1.
Thank you. Our last item is MM 4552. We did circulate the technical amendment, so we'll put it on the screen. Okay. There is the technical amendment. On favor?
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I'm going to make a comment about this. This is not a technical amendment. Just a correction. This is actually a completely different motion, which is fine. I'm supporting this one. And just a word of caution to everyone, don't walk on a motion that essentially approves a site plan without any consideration or documentation from the planning staff for a City of Toronto public property. That's not the way we do things. And walked on late the second day of council. This is a more appropriate path forward. I thank whoever worked out and talked some sense into what was going on. This is the way to do it.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Point of order?
Yeah, actually, this is something that I've been discussing with the planning staff. They have asked me on occasion to move motions without reports attached, and I've been pushing back on them, saying that in order for members of council to know what amendments are coming that are written by staff, prepared by staff, and endorsed by staff, we should always have a supplementary or some kind of document saying staff is recommending this. So we don't find ourselves in the situation where we're told it's a technical amendment, but we have no evidence of it.
Okay, thank you. So on the amendment, on favor, carried. That's the item. Okay, so that's it. So members, before I ask for motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw official plan amendments moved by Councilor Perruzza. Councilor Perruzza, can you read it?
The committee and council considered submissions and making a decision on zoning bylaw official plan amendments.
All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Councilor Robinson, would you like to move that?
That leave be granted to introduce bills 500 to 573.
Thank you. Shall leave be granted to include these bills? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce a confirming bill? Councilor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 45, June 15, 16, 2022.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much to staff. Thank you to members of council. Enjoy the weekend. Thank you. Special thanks to the staff that are here. Today was very challenging.